Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is June the 24th of 2025, and I am calling this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. It is now 1 p.m. Corey, will you please take roll call?
Commissioner Buck?
Here.
Commissioner McDaniels?
Here.
Commissioner Schroeder?
Here.
Right, thank you. I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. I will accept a motion to open the public hearings for land use this time.
Mr. Chair, I move to open the public hearings for Xcel Energy Colorado's Power Pathway, case numbers 1041-2024-9235 and SUR 2024-9236.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Before we go any further, each commissioner has a statement that they would like to make, and I will start off. Prior to these presentations, I would like to assure the applicant and the public that I sit here as an unbiased representative. Last year during my campaign, I may have made one or more public statements regarding the proposed project. Those statements were made before the applications were submitted, before I had any formal role in the process, and before I had the opportunity to review the materials in the packet, to hear today's presentation, or to review the record. I fully understand that commissioners must be unbiased and neutral and decide the matter presented to the board based only upon the evidence presented during the hearings or as it exists in the record. I have not prejudged this matter. I am not biased either for or against the applicant, and I will render my decision concerning the requested permits based solely on the evidence in the record. Commissioner Buck.
Yeah. I, too, would like to assure the applicant and the public that I sit here as an unbiased representative. Last year, during my campaign, I may have made one or more public statements regarding this proposed project. Those statements were made before the applications were submitted, before I had any formal role in the process, and before I had the opportunity to review the materials in the packet, to hear today's presentations, or to review the record. I fully understand that commissioners must be unbiased and neutral and decide the matter presented to the board based only upon the evidence presented during a hearing or as it exists in the record. I have not prejudged this matter. I am not biased either for or against the applicant, and I will render my decision concerning the requested permits based solely on the evidence in the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck. Commissioner Schroeder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too reiterate that this will be a fair hearing for the applicant. No prejudgment has been made on my part. We have, since the time that I was commissioner, been very careful about any public comments that may or may not be said. But on that, we have heard a lot from the public, but refrained from commenting from those comments, knowing that there's always two sides to the story, and this is an opportunity for the applicant to share their story, but it is also as a quasi-judicial hearing. We must apply what is presented to the 1041 regs, the SUR regs, and act in a good judgment with that, and that's what I intend to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Schroeder. All right, with that out of the way, I'll move on to the staff presentations. Jennifer?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Board. Presenting on behalf of the staff is Stephanie Blahoviak from SWCA Consultants.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Elbert County Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Stephanie Blahoviak with SWCA Environmental Consultants. We are a global firm that provides environmental and cultural resources due diligence, land use planning, and permitting on behalf of applicants as well as local governments. As in this case, we were contracted with Elbert County for review of the Elbert County Pathway Project, part of the Segment 5 for Colorado's Power Pathway. The applicant is Xcel Energy on behalf of the Public Service Company of Colorado, or Piesco, Excel, or applicant in this presentation. Excel is requesting approval of the Major 1041 permit and special use by review, or SUR, applications for site selection and construction of a major utility service facility of a public utility for part of the Segment 5 route of the Excel Colorado Power Pathway, also known as Pathway, proposed in Elbert County. The application is for 48 miles of new 345 kilovolt or kV double circuit electric transmission line and all temporary construction areas needed to complete the construction of facilities proposed in unincorporated Elbert County. This is the project. The project location and land use approval is determined by Elbert County and through easement negotiations with landowners. The location of the project is approximately northwest Elbert County at County Road 194 and County Road 129, south to Kiowa, and then southeast along State Highway 86 or Colorado 86, and then south to Simla. The size, 48 linear miles. The zoning, the project crosses agricultural, residential agricultural, residential agricultural 1, and economic development zone districts. The footprint is approximately 310 acres of temporary disturbance and 97 acres of permanent disturbance. Figure 1 here is illustrating a project location map. The proposed route is shown here in the dashed line and purple outline. For orientation, we have a few of the special districts shown. We have the Kiowa Fire Protection District, the Big Sandy Fire Protection District, and then down here at the very bottom, there's a small portion of the proposed route in the Tri-County Fire Protection District. This also shows locations of existing known fire stations, the nearest being in Simla and Kiowa. Figure 2 is showing the proposed project location and the zoning. As mentioned, it's largely agricultural or A zone district, as well as the EDZ, Economic Development Zone districts. The project location goes through a few additional special districts, school districts. So we have the Kiowa School District, the Big Sandy School District, and then the Miami Yoder School District. The land cover in the project area is primarily native grasses, short grass prairie, cultivated crops, and shrubland. The average wind speed is about 7 to 10 miles per hour with an annual precipitation of 15 to 20 inches. Surrounding land use, this is a primarily working agricultural and rural residential agricultural land uses in this area. The visual landscape includes primarily agricultural and residential facilities, as well as rural roadways and rolling hills of grasslands and shrublands. The proposed project route is located within 1,320 feet of 6 existing subdivisions as measured from the edge of the 150 feet right-of-way. A few photos here are intended to be illustrative of that landscape and setting. This is Kiowa Bennett Road looking north as provided by Google. Kiowa Bennett Road looking south. State Highway 86 looking northwest. State Highway 86 looking southeast. US Highway 24 and Shelton Road looking east. The proposed project is for the construction, operation, and maintenance of 48 miles of new 345 kV double circuit electric transmission line across approximately 275 new steel pole structures. A single pole will be used for most transmission pole locations, and 2 transmission poles will be required in certain locations. Each transmission pole would be placed on a concrete foundation. The transmission poles will be weathering steel, and brown or rust color. The typical pole height is between 105 and 140 feet. The anticipated right-of-way needed is 150 feet total width. That's 75 feet on either side of the transmission line corridor center line. And the span length between poles is typically 950 feet. This is an image from the application materials submitted by the applicant of a typical transmission pole configuration. The proposed project is proposing temporary construction areas, or TCAs. These would be used during the project construction to stage construction equipment and materials, including construction trailers, cranes, and transmission poles. Some TCAs may require grading to level out the area for equipment placement and material storage. At the end of each construction phase, equipment would be removed from the TCAs solely used for that construction phase. No proposed improvements at the TCAs will be permanent, and remaining areas will be restored in a manner generally similar to pre-construction conditions. So this is from the application materials. The construction contractors may use temporary concrete batch plants in the TCAs during construction, and this would be to produce concrete for the transmission pole and substation foundations. These plants consist typically of equipment and materials needed to make concrete, for example, mixers, batchers, conveyors, stackers, bins, heaters, chillers, silos, controls, and dust collectors. This slide is showing just typical examples of what a temporary concrete batch plant might look like, depending on the size and scale of a project. An air pollutant emission notice, or APEN, could be required, and potential Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, or CDPHE, air permit and stormwater permit for the temporary concrete batch plants. Where road improvements are needed, the applicant would acquire the grading, stormwater, and erosion control permits and comply with those permit requirements. If access cannot be contained within the 150 feet electric transmission line easement, the applicant would acquire permanent or temporary access easements where the access routes traverse private property. Some access easements could remain post-construction to maintain access to transmission lines for the proposed project operation and maintenance activities. Background on this project: in June of 2022, the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC, provided written approval of the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, or the CPCN. Elbert County completed 3 rounds of completeness review of the permit application materials, and the Excel Project 1041 and SUR applications have not been deemed complete to date by Elbert County. However, Excel has chosen to proceed with the incomplete applications to public hearings. The proposed project is within the Kiowa Fire Protection District, or Kiowa FPD, the Big Sandy Fire Protection District, and Tri-County Fire Protection District, all of which are primarily volunteer fire protection districts. The applicant has not submitted to date the signed fire prevention and safety agreement forms from Kiowa FPD or Big Sandy FPD. Excel submitted a signed fire prevention and safety agreement form from Tri-County FPD. Elbert County Zoning Regulations, or ECZR, Article 2B, the table of submittal documents has a number 11 proof of fire protection requirement. And in addition, the ECZR Article 2B General Requirements 1, ECZR Article 2H General Considerations for every application, Item 2, is where Elbert County believes that the application is incomplete based on those code citations. Submittal of the proof of fire protection allows for the review of the potential project impacts on public safety services, including fire suppression, law enforcement, and emergency medical response, both during project construction and during project operations and maintenance. Per Elbert County Office of Emergency Management, the fire prevention and safety agreement form must be executed and submitted as part of the formal SUR application and to inform compliance with fire district requirements. Proof of fire protection is required documentation for the use by special review process, and that is part of the ECZR articles just stated, in addition to 1041 regulations that also take into account the ECZR in its entirety. Elbert County Zoning Regulations Article 17. These are the County 1041 regulations are applied in addition to all other Elbert County regulations. Proof of fire protection allows for the review of existing capacity of and demand for local government services, including emergency services, and the potential net effect of the project on the demand for local government services and the capability of local governments to provide services, and how the potential impacts will be overcome. This is the County 1041 Regulations F, relationship to other regulations, County 1041 Regulations J, application process, and J15, local government services. The project timeline, the determination of a major 1041 level of review was made on August 9th, 2023. A pre-application meeting was held July 25th, 2023, and community meetings were held October 10th and 18th in 2023 for these projects, the applications. The initial applications were submitted November 7th, 2024. The first completeness review for the 1041 letter was delivered to the applicant December 30th, 2024. The first completeness review for the SUR was, the letter was submitted to the applicant January 30th, 2025. The second completeness review for the 1041 and the SUR, the letter was delivered March 19th, 2025 to the applicant. The third completeness review letter was delivered to the applicant for the 1041 and the SUR on April 10th, 2025. And then the referral agency period occurred from April 1st to May 22nd, 2025. Although the applications were not deemed complete and are not deemed complete as of today, staff initiated the referral process to provide as much information as possible to Elbert County decision makers in the event that the applicant did request to proceed to public hearing with incomplete applications. Per applicant request, staff sent comments to the applicant on a rolling basis and weekly during the referral period. Community meetings reported by the applicant October 10th, 2023 in Simla with 105 attendees. October 18, 2023 in Kiowa, 279 attendees. April 24th, 2024 in Elizabeth with potentially impacted landowners, and then June 12th, 2024 in Kiowa with potentially impacted landowners. During the community meetings, there were themes for the concerns and questions raised. These included impact on property values, visual impacts from the project, health and safety concerns, renewables development concerns, agricultural operations disruption, route location, and why the route did not continue further east of Simla, as shown in one iteration of the routing study. Concerns about who the project benefits, the Front Range populations versus Elbert County, feeling of not being heard, undergrounding of transmission lines, construction traffic impacts, wildlife impacts, environmental impacts, fire risk and safety mitigation concerns, as well as noise impacts. During the referral period for referral agencies, that review period from April 1st to May 22nd, No response was received from the following organizations, agencies, entities. Commissioners, do you want me to read these, or is this sufficient for the public record? This slide.
I feel like it's sufficient. Yeah, it's sufficient. Thank you.
Comments provided and no additional comments are from the following agencies, also listed. There are still outstanding comments that have not been acknowledged or resolved to staff's knowledge to date. This includes the Natural Resource Conservation Service, or NRCS. There was a comment about the route potentially impacting a wetland reserve program easement along State Highway 86. The applicant has acknowledged and responded in writing to the comments and has stated that Excel is working with the NRCS. The resolution status, however, with the commenter is not known to Elbert County at this time. CDPHE made comments about regarding Air Quality Control Commission, AQCC regulations. The applicant has acknowledged and responded in writing to comments regarding emissions from the concrete batch plant. However, the resolution status with the commenter is not known, or the permitting that may or may not occur with the CDPHE for the concrete batch plant. Elbert County CED and Planning Department has unresolved comments regarding proof of fire protection. These comments have been acknowledged by the applicant and in writing, however, they do remain unresolved. Elbert County Office of Emergency Management, similar to Planning Department, unresolved comments regarding proof of fire protection. Additionally, the Elbert County Public Works Department has unresolved comments regarding the details informing development of the road use agreement and a development agreement. The applicant did meet with Elbert County Public Works and the county attorney on May 20th, 2025, but comments remain unresolved. The Big Sandy Fire Protection District / Sinla Fire FPD, there are unresolved comments that were provided during the referral period regarding transmission line fires, welding permit, during construction activities, fire behavior, locations of wildfire, detection cameras on poles, and other topics. The applicant has acknowledged and responded in writing to comments, but comments remain unresolved. There is a memorandum that was provided from the Big Sandy Fire Protection District in the BOCC packet. The Kiowa Fire Protection District also has unresolved comments provided during the referral period, similar topics as the Big Sandy FPD. The applicant has acknowledged these comments in writing and responded in writing, but the comments remain unresolved. A few updates since the Planning Commission and the staff reports, and this was in the Board of County Commission staff report provided June 17th, last Tuesday, for the unresolved comments for the road use agreement, RUA, and the development agreement, DA. Typically, staff could recommend that the RUA and the DA be finalized prior to construction start. Often this is done as conditions of permit approval. If staff could make a recommendation of permit approval with conditions at this time. However, given the situation with the incomplete applications and incomplete responses from the applicant, that has led to the staff recommendation of denial, these comments are noted as unresolved. There was a topic that came up during the Planning Commission hearing for CDPHE, AQCC comments, and Kiowa School District comments. During the Planning Commission hearing on June 3rd, the applicant said that they had responded to these two comments in the 46-page response to comments document that was sent to Elbert County on May 27th, 2025. The document title is included here. However, staff could not find the comments in this document provided by the CDPHE or Kiowa School District. Therefore, revisited the document, reached out to confirm there was not an error in review or understanding, emailed Excel, the morning of June 4th, requesting the page numbers of the written responses to these two agencies' comments. Excel provided written acknowledgement and response for the CDPHE and Kiowa School District comments in a separate document. They responded on June 4th. It was not in the anticipated document, the May 27th document. Rather, it was in the response on June 4th. And that document was the titled Pathway Elbert 1041 SUR Staff Report Responses PDF. This would be in the packet, and it was attached to the email response on June 4th. The responses are on pages 5 and 11 of that document. In response to the CDPHE AQCC comments about complying with the state regulations, the response from the applicant was that the issue is addressed on pages 25 and 26 of Excel Energy's 1041 application. The construction contractor will obtain and meet the requirements related to a concrete batch plant air pollution emissions notice, or APEN, with the CDPHE if necessary. The APEN will be required for a land disturbance greater than 25 continuous acres and land development activities with a duration longer than 6 months. The application text says if necessary and will be required for that land disturbance greater than 25 acres or longer than 6 months. An APEN is generally required for sources emitting air pollutants, but for land development activities, including concrete batch plants, disturbances of less than 25 continuous acres and lasting less than 6 months might be exempt. The proposed project might or might not be exempt from filing Form APCD 224. That's the CDPHE form for concrete batch plant APEN, in addition to Form APCD 223 for land development, or there's a general APEN form that can be used as well, APCD 200. It's just not known to staff at this time if the project is exempt or not. For the response to the Kiowa School District, this was in that June 4th response to the staff report, Planning Commission staff report document. Excel Energy appreciates the Kiowa School District's concerns. As we have noted in prior responses, transmission lines make up a small percentage of ignitions that result in a catastrophic wildfire. Excel Energy is committed to and required to maintain assets in accordance with NESC and EEI safety standards, which include but are not limited to routine inspections and maintenance, as well as vegetation management. Additionally, Excel Energy also has numerous wildfire mitigation programs in progress. With respect to traffic, it is not anticipated that construction traffic will have any impact on school bus routes or the ability of students to access the schools. The applicant did submit a visual analysis, and including additional analysis requested after the first completeness review. This is in the Project 1041 application attachment D. Again, this visual here shows a representative transmission line. In a visual analysis, there are key observation points, or KOPs, and this visual here is showing from the application the location of the KOPs. So we've got KOP 1 up here near the county line, and then KOP 2, 3, 4, I think this is 5, 7, 8. Continuing further south, there's KOP 5. And then KOP 6, KOP 9 near Simla, and KOP 10 at the southern portion of the project. In a visual analysis exercise, typically you take existing conditions, you take photos from the KOP. In this case, this KOP 1 was on the north side of the project, and it's the county line road. It's looking southwest, and it's showing a simulated condition. So this is where the applicant would take the proposed infrastructure, in this case transmission line, and use that to show what the future visual impact might look like. So in this case, you've got the transmission line shown here in the background. KOP2 is from County Road 134. This is also looking southwest and showing the simulated condition from the public right-of-way, showing the proposed line in the background. KOP3 is from County Road 134 looking west. KOP3, this is KOP4, Kiowa Bennett Road looking northwest. KOP5 is from Highway 86 looking west. KOP6 from Highway 24 looking east, showing the transmission line there. KOP7 is from the Kiowa Post Office looking southeast. KOP8 is from Highway 86 looking west. KOP9 is from US Highway 24, approximately near Simla, looking southwest. And KOP10 is from Kendrick Road, looking northeast. The applicant completed a routing and siting study, and this is included in the Project 1041 application attachment E. This is for a portion of the proposed Colorado's Power Pathway and Segment 5. From that larger Segment 5 area, then the study area was reduced and made smaller for the CPCN application. So you can see here the dotted line outlining the study area that was in that CPCN application, Harvest Mile Substation up here in the northwest, and then Tundra Substation to the south. The study area was adjusted slightly in the fall of 2021. There was a study area expansion. You can see here the blue dashed line extending out to the east. During the completeness reviews and during public comment and the Planning Commission hearing, concerns were raised about the fire risk mitigation and response and the planning that went into the application and materials submitted. The applicant did submit a project-specific wildfire mitigation plan that tiers from the state wildfire mitigation plan that was recently adopted by the CPUC. The unresolved comments remain for proof of fire protection, and the request was for submitting the signed fire prevention and safety agreement forms, as well as a description of all the coordination efforts completed to date with Elbert County emergency responders, fire district personnel, and the work plan between local fire departments and the applicant should an emergency situation arise during the project construction activities or during project operations and maintenance. The proof of fire protection and the prevention and safety agreement forms are typical submittal requirements as part of the SUR and is consistent with other applications in Elbert County. The unresolved comments, here is just one comment provided from Elbert County, and Elbert County strongly supports the inclusion of fire mitigation technologies such as weather stations and cameras for the project. These tools will enhance real-time monitoring and improve emergency response capabilities. Elbert County requests the applicant provide the following: a commitment to install and maintain weather monitoring stations along the transmission line route to support wildfire prediction and prevention efforts, a commitment to install in 5 sensors throughout the transmission lines, a detailed plan for deploying AI-based fire protection cameras to identify and report fire activity quickly, proof of vegetation management commitments, including timelines and methods for weed control, mowing, and other wildfire mitigation techniques. Excel must maintain the area under and around the power lines with regular mowing services, wildland fire mitigation techniques, and weed control to reduce growth and fire risks. To date, Excel has declined to provide a maintenance schedule commitment, which would be like more detailed, what time of year and how often and frequency, et cetera. A statement of willingness to update Excel's plans based on new technologies or evolving fire risks to ensure long-term safety and effectiveness, as well as locations of wildfire detection cameras on poles identified for the project. In the project wildfire mitigation plan submitted by the applicant, there is a map that shows wildfire burn probability. This is a zoomed-in version of the legend of that figure. And this is from the Colorado Forest Atlas 2022 data. And on the figure, you will see the lighter yellow color to almost white is the lowest burn probability, and then it increases to sort of the orange color, it's just a moderate burn probability, and then the red is the high probability. This is the full figure, and then we'll zoom in to different pieces of it. So starting in the north, near the Harvest Mile substation, this is where the data is showing a higher burn probability, and then as you travel east and then south, moving more into the moderate burn probability. This figure also shows the proposed locations for the TCAs, including one shown here in sort of the northwest or northeast area, or northeast of the project area. Traveling south, we can see that as you move to the southeast, it becomes more moderate burn probability, and then in some areas, lower probability. Another TCA is east of Kiowa, located here. And then traveling southeast to Simla, moving from the moderate burn probability to a lower probability. And then the southern end of the project that is within the Tri-County Fire Protection District, this is also where the third TCA is proposed. In the staff report, you will see some figures that is also from common publicly available data. For additional information and context, this is a fire station response time map. This shows typical response times that are known and recorded to incidents that have occurred. The green is 5 minutes, yellow is 10 minutes, and then the red is 15 minutes. For the blank areas, I believe that is data is not available. Figure 5 in the staff report showed the project location and fire occurrence density. So this is often used for planning purposes to understand, if and when they do occur, what the source is and how many ignitions have been seen. This could be from natural conditions like lightning strikes. It could be from human-made sources, along public roadways or cigarette butts, etc. Figure 6 is showing a fire behavior fuel model. This is also a typical tool used when assessing fire risk and behavior. This just shows the different types of fuels. And in this area, it's showing mostly that it is grasses and shrubland along the project proposed route. Figure 7 is showing the project location and fire ignition history. The human causes are shown in the orange squares. Here, natural causes are shown in the triangles, green triangles, and then there are a few undetermined, unknown. Figure 8 shows the project location and estimated rate of fire spread, which is also typically used in models and analyses to understand fire risk and behavior. Here you can see that as we move from northwest to southeast, the rate of spread is, first of all, it's measured in chains per hour. That is approximately 66 feet per hour of rate of spread, and a lot of the project area appears to be in the 40 to 60 chains per hour rate of spread. So essentially, if and when an ignition event occurs, then the anticipated rate of spread is estimated as 40 to 60 chains per hour in much of the area, or 12 to 40 chains per hour. The Planning Commission public hearing occurred on June 3rd and 4th in 2025. 34 public comments were heard. The Planning Commission voted 9-0 to recommend denial of the incomplete permit applications 1041-224 2024 9235 and SUR 2024 9236. Planning Commission concerns were incomplete applications, incomplete responses in the application materials to referral agency comments, incomplete responses to Planning Commission questions during the hearing, older data submitted in the application related to older tax revenue information, and a discrepancy in what the applicant presented as far as the estimated annual tax revenue, what that would be provided to Elbert County versus actual tax revenue information on existing transmission lines in the county that provide annual tax revenue, and what has been received by Elbert County. A sense of a lack of sincerity of the applicant in considering alternate routes and how the preferred route was ultimately decided from the alternate routes, and a lack of information provided by the applicant on how many reasonably feasible alternate routes were considered, and the applicant would not or could not provide the Planning Commission during the hearing with the number of feasible alternate routes that did not include Colorado State Highway 86 in particular. And in addition to not seeing public outreach documentation that supported the applicant assertion that they received responses from the public during outreach events showing that anyone living in Elbert County identified Colorado 86 as a preferred route. Additional concerns heard during Planning Commission, the preferred route selected was within two of the most highly visible and highly trafficked thoroughfares in Elbert County, and the applicant chose the easiest access along Colorado 86 and Kiowa Bennett Road. Negative impacts to landowners, the landscape, the environment, cultural resources, and visual impacts. Fire risks, prevention and mitigation measures, concerns, and lack of information from the applicant on those. And unwillingness of the applicant to bury parts of the transmission line in Elbert County to address fire and visual concerns. In addition to lack of coordination with fire protection districts and unwillingness to support rural fire departments and potentially steamrolling volunteer fire departments in a rural county. Negative impacts to landowners in the economic development zone from restrictions on what landowners can do within the right-of-way required for the project, as well as concern about an outsized impact to Elbert County, with most of the benefit going to Denver and other urban areas. Cross-contamination from one site to the next on construction vehicle tires and undercarriages, for example, spreading potentially contaminated materials like waste from chickens from one site to another site. And then the concerns for emergency management and proof of fire protection. One topic that did come up during the Planning Commission hearing, it was transmission lines versus distribution lines. And both are key components of the electrical grid in the U.S. and Colorado. Just for the record and public awareness, the project is for a transmission line. These are usually longer distances with voltages from 60 to 500 or more kV. These typically transport electricity to and from power plants and substations. They can be bidirectional. Electricity can flow both ways. Versus an electrical distribution line, these are typically for shorter distances. A voltage can be between 2 and 35 kV, and this is to transport electricity from substations to neighborhoods and individual properties, and usually the electricity just flows in one direction. A typical illustration, the differences there. So you've got the transmission line here, typically height 105 to 140 feet versus a distribution line, height 55 to 80 feet, and a right-of-way between 70 and 100 feet. Impact fees, this was a topic that came up during completeness reviews as well as the Planning Commission hearing, and in response to referral comments regarding impact fees from local fire districts, the applicant requested proof that the fire district has legislatively adopted an impact fee schedule. And I believe this has been provided. We do have, I believe, a representative from at least Big Sandy Fire Protection District that is available to speak more to that. But in the absence of adopted impact fee schedules, just note that any applicant, including Xcel Energy, could voluntarily enter into a community benefit agreement with any and all local fire districts, any other special districts as a tool, in this case to support rural fire protection and demonstrate a commitment to meeting the Elbert County proof of fire protection requirements. And community benefit agreements are a tool that are commonly used by developers across Colorado and the U.S. Colorado House Bill 16-1088, the Public Safety Fairness Act, authorizes fire protection districts to impose an impact fee on the construction of new buildings, structures, facilities, or improvements, and on previously improved or unimproved real property. This enables equitable contribution from developers to fire district capital facilities and the overall cost of maintaining public safety infrastructure. And there is an intergovernmental agreement, or IGA, in place between Elbert County and the Big Sandy Fire Protection District for the assessment, collection, and remittance of emergency services impact fees as part of the county development permit application process, and this was fully executed May 9th, 2018. The burden of proof for land use decisions in the state of Colorado and in Elbert County, the burden of proof that a project meets the regulations is the responsibility of the project applicant in land use permit applications, and the burden of proof is on the applicant to provide substantial evidence to demonstrate the proposed project meets all required criteria and is consistent with and in compliance with all applicable regulations. Regarding development application fees, this is an update from the staff report that was provided June 17th to the Board of County Commissioners. In the zoning regulations, the county 1041 regulations, for Elbert County, it does say the applicant is responsible for all costs of reviewing and processing the permit application, and that additional costs for reviewing and processing the permit application include, but are not limited to, the cost of legal, consultant, and referral agency review of the permit application, the pre-application conference, completeness determination, all hearings and meetings on the permit application, and these costs are in addition to the application fees paid pursuant to the section above and shall be billed to the applicant. In the staff report, it does say the additional costs can be paid in full prior to the final action by the Board of County Commissioners on the permit application. In the staff report, we related that these had not been paid. As of the end of last week, the applicant has provided an additional deposit to Elbert County for outstanding invoices sent to date for development application fees, including additional costs. So that's an update from the staff report. The approval criteria for the County 1041 regulations, this is 17M. The staff has found that the applicant has met the criteria on A and B for obtaining necessary property rights, right-of-way easements, and permits, and protecting water quality and supply. Staff has not found that the C criterion has been met for no significant risk from natural hazards. This is related to the requested information for proof of fire protection and the signed agreements from Big Sandy Fire Protection District and the Kiowa Fire Protection District, and the unresolved comments from those referral agencies. Staff found that the applications conform with master plans and that this criterion has been met. Staff has found that the criterion E has not been met for no significant adverse effect on local services or capacity of delivering systems. This is related directly to the Elbert County Public Safety Services, including fire prevention, response, and suppression, and emergency medical response, both during project construction and during operations and maintenance. The Elbert County at this time does not feel confident in saying that the proposed project would not have an undue burden on the available firefighting and emergency response infrastructure, both during construction as well as operations and maintenance. The staff has found that criterion F and G have been met and addressed in the application materials, principles of sustainability, resource conservation, energy efficiency, and recycling or reuse, and that the application will not degrade the environment. Criterion H has been met for will not negatively impact high priority habitat. There is more detail provided as well in the staff report, in addition to if and when the project is decided upon by Elbert County or a different empowered entity, some recommended conditions of approval that essentially would implement the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recommendations and the Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommendations. Staff found that criteria I and J were met, will not cause a nuisance as defined by code, and will not degrade areas of paleontological, historic, or archaeological importance. Staff found that criteria K and L were met, necessary to meet development and population demands, will not result in unreasonable risk of release of hazardous materials. Additional approval criteria in the regulations, this is Article 17M2, will not create financial burden on the county. Staff has found that the applications do not adequately address this and the criterion is not met. The applicant has not submitted the additional requested information for proof of fire protection or the risks associated with the fire behavior and analysis for review and evaluation. And the applicant has not submitted to Elbert County proposed locations of cameras, weather stations, other technologies for early detection and monitoring of fire weather or fires in proximity to the proposed transmission facilities or the TCAs. And Elbert County does not think that the applicant has provided justification and sufficient reasoning for why the technology is not proposed or warranted, and presumably based on a robust internal evaluation and assessment of those risks. Staff has found that the criteria B and C have been met, that the project is technically and financially capable, and that the applicant has expertise and financial capability to develop and operate the project, as well as meeting D and E. It will not degrade any sector of the local economy and will not degrade the quality or quantity of recreational opportunities. Staff has found that the criterion F has not been met, benefits outweighing losses. It's not clear at this time if the proposed project benefits to Elbert County outweigh the potential fire risks associated with the project and potential financial impact to fire prevention, response, and suppression activities of fire districts within and adjacent to the proposed project, and the estimated annual and project life financial benefits to Elbert County are not transparent in the applications. Staff has found that the Article 17M2G has not been met. This criterion is for the most suitable solution available based on need, location, technology, cost, impact, and regulations. Again, related to the lack of understanding at this time for locations of technologies that would provide early detection and monitoring of fire weather or fires in proximity to the proposed facilities and or the TCAs. For the Article 17M4A, staff has found that it meets these criteria, A and B, preserving desirable patterns of traffic, aesthetic and landscape, residential and commercial development, commerce and industry, and avoids conflicts with local, state, and regional master plans. For the SUR approval criteria, staff has found that Article 3E5A, that the application is compatible with the surrounding area. Staff found that the criterion B has not been adequately addressed or the criterion met. This is the will not burden infrastructure criterion. It's not clear if the proposed project would have an undue burden on the available firefighting and emergency response infrastructure during construction, as well as operations and maintenance. And the applicant has not submitted an analysis of the existing firefighting infrastructure or the estimated fire risk and behavior analysis if an ignition were to occur, or the responding to the referral comments from Kiowa FPD, Big Sandy FPD, and has not been able to submit the signed fire prevention and safety agreement forms from Kiowa FPD and Big Sandy FPD. Staff has found that criterion C has not been met and will not increase traffic congestion or burden the road system. Again, this is related to the situation of the application being incomplete, and that typically during a process like this, staff could make a recommendation, and often does, for a condition of approval if the recommendation is for approval with conditions for a road use agreement and development agreement. However, given this particular situation, that is not a tool at this time, and so criterion C is not met. Criterion D will not cause significant air, odor, water, noise, or light pollution. It's not anticipated that the project would result in significant air, odor, water, noise, light pollution. This is directly related to the unresolved comment from the CDPG, AQCC, and not understanding what permit may or may not be required for the concrete batch plants in particular. and whether the A-pin will be completed or not, and what the stormwater requirements might be for the concrete batch plant, what the air emissions requirements may not be, or if the project is exempt. The staff found that the Article 3E5E has been met, criterion has been met for sanitation requirements, as well as F, that the use will be landscaped, buffered, or screened. Staff found that criterion G has not been met, will not be detrimental to health, safety, or welfare of Elbert County residents. This is related to proof of fire protection and the unresolved comments from the Kiowa FPD and the Big Sandy FPD. In attachment F of the application, the applicant does say that Xcel Energy coordinates closely with local fire departments and first responders and consults with them to discuss any concerns within their response area. Xcel Energy offers free online safety training to fire departments and first responders that is based on national standards through the Responding to Utility Emergencies program. However, this simply does not seem to be the case or the experience for the rural fire protection districts in the project area at this time. Staff has found that criterion H has been met. These are the supplemental standards for this type of project. Co-location of the proposed transmission line adjacent to or within existing transmission lines rights of way shall be considered prior to siting new routes where possible, may not be located within 1/4 mile of an existing subdivision, town, or agricultural development if not co-located, or nearer if approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Locations along hilltops or ridgelines are discouraged. Based on review of the application materials, review by applicable Elbert County departments and outside agencies, and in consideration of the approval criteria, staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners make a decision of denial for the Xcel Colorado Power Pathway Major 1041 permit application 1041-2024-9235. And based on the review of the application materials, review by the applicable Elbert County departments and outside agencies, and consideration of the approval criteria, staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners make a decision of denial for the Xcel Colorado Power Pathway Special Use by Review application SUR-2024-9236. The applicant is here with a presentation and to answer questions. Staff is also available to answer questions, and our understanding is that there is a representative from the Big Sandy Fire Protection District that is also available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Next, we'll call on the applicant now, and if you'd like to make a presentation.
Good afternoon. Yes, we would. Thank you.
What does this say? I don't know what it says.
Oh, there we go. Now it's on. It's blue now. It flashed. Yep. Well,
Nope.
maybe.
Final answer is no, we're not good.
It's still not working, yeah. Okay, yeah, if you go to the next slide. All right, good afternoon. My name is Heather Bricky. I'm the project director for the Colorado's Power Pathway Project, and I'm joined today by several of my colleagues to present to you our 1041 and SUR permit applications. The following individuals will be presenting or are available to answer questions as they pertain to their areas of expertise. I have today with me Jennifer Chester. She's our Senior Manager of Siting and Land Rights. Patrick Koretich, our Director of Wildfire Strategy and Performance. Parker Rozek, our Senior Manager of Transmission Engineering. Delaney Selvage, Senior Agent Siting and Land Rights. Matt Reimer, Principal Agent Siting and Land Rights. Julie Stencils, our Assistant General Counsel. Sasha Archie, our Project Manager. Stefan Grenier, our Construction Manager. Sarah Kellner, our outside counsel from Davis Graham, Robert Wells, our appraiser from JLL, and Stephanie Fippen and Taylor Michael from Tetra Tech. The Colorado Power Pathway is a $1.7 billion investment in our electric grid. It consists of approximately 550 miles of double circuit 345 transmission line and includes 4 new substations and the expansion of 4 existing substations. Originally, the project also proposed a 60-mile segment of line from our May Valley substation down in the southeast corner to a proposed substation called the Longhorn Substation. However, that 60-mile and substation was not included in the approval of the project, so at this time it's been deferred until a possible future date if we bring it forward. As you can, sorry, not quite ready. Go back. As you can see on the map, the Colorado Power Pathway is a transmission loop around the eastern part of the state, divided up into 5 segments. The purpose of the line is to improve reliability of our transmission system in the state. By creating the loop, it enables the flow of power in either direction should something happen to one of the segments along the line. The other purpose is to enable the development of renewable energy, both wind and solar, as well as to transport other power generation. The project has been constructed, as I said, in 5 segments. In 2023, we started construction on segments 2 and 3, which are our 2 eastern segments. Those have completed, as well as the 3 substations associated with that group. That includes our Canal Crossing substation, the Goose Creek substation, and the May Valley substation. Last year, in 2024, we started construction on segment 1, which is the segment to the north, which goes from our Fort St. Vrain substation to the newly built Canal Crossing substation. And we recently just started construction on segment 4. Anticipate completion of the project in 2027. All right, next slide. As part of this project, we were required to file a CPCN application with the Public Utilities Commission. This is a certificate of public convenience and necessity. In March of 2021 is when we filed that application with the PUC. Prior to filing that application, we did send notice to the county manager of our intent to file that application. In June of 2022, the PUC did provide approval of that project, and in their findings, they did determine that this meets the 2030 carbon emissions reduction targets, that the project is appropriately sized to accommodate the injection up to 5,000 megawatts of new generation. The loop transmission line configuration provides additional resiliency and reliability benefits while avoiding costs. Cost estimates and timelines for the project, along with the magnetic field and noise levels requirements, are reasonable, and that undergrounding is not in the public interest due to the cost and other factors. That decision is available on the PUC's website, and we've included the links both in our application and here in this presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Chester.
Thank you, Heather. Before I begin, I just want to check in with staff. I hear a number of weather warnings kind of going off, and so for safety purposes, do you all have
There's a tornado warning or watch. There's a tornado watch currently.
All right, folks, let me say, we're under a tornado warning right now, and it is actually just southwest of here. So. We're going to recess for about 10 minutes, okay? We're going to recess, if you don't mind, for about 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, it's 2:28, and we will resume this meeting. XL, are you ready to continue at this time? Thank you.
Just want to make sure that that's coming through okay. Yeah, okay.
Could not hear you.
How about now?
Good.
Okay, we'll hold it next to our face here, and we won't clip it on the shirt as we move forward, so apologies while I double handle some stuff here. Moving forward, as described in staff presentation, the pathway facilities proposed in unincorporated Elbert County include the 48 miles of new 345 kV double circuit electric transmission located within the residential agricultural, and residential agricultural 1 zone districts. In addition, the proposed activities in Elbert County include seeking approval of temporary construction areas, or TCAs, associated with the construction of the pathway facilities for the duration needed to complete that construction. And I wanted to specifically address one item related to the batch plant that has come up. The batch plant, if needed in Elbert County, would be permitted by our construction contractor and not as part of this application. It's mentioned in the application as a potential facility needed to support the construction, but is not something that Xcel Energy will permit. Currently, we don't anticipate a need for a batch plant in the county. Specifically related to that and the CDPHE permit, the reason that that has been noted by us in numerous correspondence is because if it's required, if a batch plant is determined to be needed in Elbert County by our construction contractor, then they will permit that and obtain that permit. So just wanted to clarify that particular temporary construction area need. Segment 5 enters Elbert County from the Arapahoe County line at the north, travels down west of Kiowa-Bennett Road, adjacent to the existing core transmission line towards Kiowa. That transmission line route then follows Highway 86 east for a little over 13 miles, proceeds south towards Simla in a stair-step pattern as shown on the map, and exits Elbert County, traveling through El Paso County before re-entering Elbert County in the far southwestern corner. As also mentioned, there are economic development zones highlighted on this map in pink in the area of the route, crossed by the route, and to give some information around those, we have about 8 miles of the route within or adjacent to those economic development zones. 95% of that route in economic development zone along Highway 86 is adjacent to highway right-of-way. Co-located 80% of the route along Kiowa-Bennett Road, and then additional small crossings in a couple of locations. The next number of slides will be going through and addressing the completeness determination items. So there are numerous slides here that we'll talk through, and hopefully over the rain, perhaps we'll see if the volume will work. The first item to address here is incomplete related to the fire district forms well, actually, first the fees, which staff addressed, or the staff consultant addressed, that we paid the additional deposit well before the deadline mentioned, and so we currently have a balance of $4,000 in the positive that we've paid on those fees. Second, with that, as we move through here, we can talk about the fire protection and safety agreement forms. So in our response, we've indicated a number of times that it is not up to us as to whether any fire district signs those forms. We have provided the forms to the fire districts. We've met with fire districts. We are able to sign those forms, and in fact have, where we need to sign them as the applicant, demonstrating that we've read and understand the requirements and that we've met with the fire districts. It's our understanding that one fire district in comment has noted that they will not sign the form until after the permitting process is complete. That is their choice. It's not ours. We cannot make them sign those forms. So we're more than happy to provide the forms with our signatures indicating we've complied with the requirements. In addition, we would note that there is nothing on those forms that we believe impact or would inform the Board of County Commissioners' decisions. The entirety of the pathway route exists within the fire districts. We are not in a case here where the fire districts need to provide additional coverage. The land crossed by pathway is already served by those fire districts. We are not acquiring any property in fee. That land already exists and under the control of those landowners, and we're not changing that. We would also note that a number of fire districts did respond and had no comment or no concern, and that the Tri-County Fire District did in fact sign the form. In the feedback and comments received from the fire districts, there are three themes that are represented on this slide in a lot of words, so wanted to address those directly. There were questions or concern about fire response time. And as noted here, the pathway route was chosen because of its co-location with other facilities, including similar facilities like the existing core transmission line and county roads and state highways. That provides a benefit of easier access for fire or first responders, given that that route is closer to the county's existing infrastructure, transportation infrastructure. Additionally, as depicted on the fire response time map and other mapping produced by SWCA presented earlier in the staff report, the pathway route in its current proposed location is closer to existing first responder fire facilities than a route located further to the east. The second issue mentioned was one of welding permits. So we have acknowledged and continue to acknowledge that we will need to get a welding permit prior to construction as needed if we are welding in Elbert County. We do understand that the Big Sandy Fire Protection District can restrict welding on red flag days. Generally, if welding is completed for the project, that would occur within the material yards or the TCAs and not generally on the right-of-way itself. Present when welding are things like 500-gallon water buffalo, fire blankets, fire watch, so we pay attention during welding to any of those things, as well as fire extinguishers. We do not weld on red flag days. In addition, concern about fires caused by electric facilities has been mentioned a number of times. The facilities are built and maintained to meet or exceed all applicable safety standards, including National Electric Safety Code and the North American Reliability Corporation. The transmission lines are designed to to withstand extreme weather conditions, and there are protective devices at the line terminals, so the ends of the line, that stop the flow of electricity under abnormal operating circumstances. In addition, transmission lines such as this are equipped with shield wires above the energized conductors, between the poles and attached to the poles that protect the line from lightning strikes. Our lines are monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year from our control center. As mentioned previously, we are finalizing the wildfire mapping associated with our plan for Elbert County, and in compliance and coordination with our statewide wildfire plan. Depending on ultimately the tiers determined here in Elbert County, the lines will also be patrolled and inspected routinely based on the frequency according to that wildfire plan. Discussion around weather stations has come up a number of times. So we typically do not place weather stations on our transmission lines. Weather stations are placed in key locations, different landscapes to help predict weather. There is sufficient weather station coverage for for Elbert County for us to monitor weather conditions and do predictive modeling. I believe our wildfire team in communication with the fire districts has indicated we would certainly assist the fire districts and OEM with accessing or describing how we access those weather stations. That's a public weather station network available to any, not weather stations that we deploy specifically and restrict access to. In addition, we do not typically place the Pano AI or AI cameras for fire detection on transmission poles. Those cameras have a broad view, 360-degree view, for example, and they must be placed higher, typically on existing communication towers and in key locations where that coverage is beneficial in predicting or identifying fire. We do have camera coverage for Elbert County already and continue to evaluate if additional coverage would be needed as part of our wildfire mitigation program. As mentioned, staff has indicated that they feel the applications are incomplete because the fire prevention and safety agreement forms have not been provided. That is not because we refuse to provide them. It is because the fire districts have refused to sign them. We do not believe that those forms provide any information that would change the Board of County Commissioners' ability to review our applications and make decision on them. Again, because Pathway is within fire districts already, we have not taken property ownership. The underlying landowners maintain control of that, and the fire districts serve those properties today. We also continue to meet with and coordinate with the fire districts with recent meetings in May and June and other conversations, and we'll continue to do so. As related to the indication that the project and our applications do not adequately address certain approval criteria, we would provide the following responses to that. That we do not believe that the project will have an undue burden on available infrastructure. As mentioned, we have provided information on construction, traffic. We will enter into a road use agreement with the county to support construction, and will take care of any of those impacts. The fact that the line is here does not change the need for firefighting or first responder equipment in any way. Very similar to the county's approval of other transmission lines, including one that we're adjacent to, which is the core line, the core 115 line. The project will not increase traffic congestion or burden the existing road system. As mentioned, we are willing to enter into a road use agreement. We have those along the length of the project that has already been permitted and constructed, including over 200 miles already complete and operating in eastern Colorado. The project will not cause significant air, odor, water, noise, or light pollution, will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of Elbert County. And then we'll talk about the referral agencies a little bit more on the next slide, as well as my comments provided on the weather stations and cameras. So specifically related to certain referral agency comments related to...
Do you want to pause just a minute and let this, so the public can hear you, if you don't mind?
Sure.
You can start back up when your discretion. I just want everybody to be able to hear what you're saying, if you don't mind.
Well, let's give it a shot, and I can talk louder, and we'll see how we progress here. So related to certain referral agency comments, as noted on the slide on the screen here, it was previously noted that CORE had questions related to the project. Those have since been resolved, and CORE will continue to work together, as we always do as utilities, where our infrastructure is close to or overlaps their easements. Regarding the fire districts, I've touched on that here at length, as well as noting that the county has been provided additional information as of yesterday. I believe it was provided hard copy today, is that right? Related to responses to Big Sandy Fire District's comments. Regarding the school district comment, the staff presentation addressed our response on that, which is repeated on this slide here. It's been noted that the Kiowa Conservation District and Agate Conservation District's comments were not responded to, or it was unclear. We would note that we did previously respond to those, and that the staff report for the Planning Commission noted those were acknowledged and addressed. Regarding public works comments, specifically, again, the road use agreement and development agreement, we are willing to work with the county for both of those. As noted in the staff presentation, we did meet in late May regarding those to discuss the development of that road use agreement and the development agreement. At the time in that meeting, it was discussed that those did not need to be in place for the hearing today, but again, we have acknowledged and agreed to put those in place and have those for much of our construction of pathway and other jurisdictions. I touched on the CDPHE comment. This has been noted as unclear or not responded to a number of times. And so, again, to clarify, we get the required CDPHE permits when needed. As noted, for the batch plant, our construction contractor will permit that if needed, although we don't currently anticipate one in Elbert County. And we will get that, or the construction contractor will get that if either of us or both, in the case of our construction in Elbert County or other jurisdictions along pathway, have that combination of disturbance greater than 25 contiguous acres and a duration longer than 6 months. And that 6-month duration is not necessarily related to the construction. It's land disturbance activity like grading being longer than 6 months. So not often triggered for things like temporary construction areas, for example, perhaps more frequently for substations, which we're not proposing in Elbert County. And then regarding the National Resource Conservation, the NRCS Wetland Reserve Program easement, it was noted that it's unclear what the resolution is there. That particular wetland reserve program easement we're aware of, we're talking with NRCS, that is related to a land right on not only with that landowner, but with NRCS. And so we wouldn't anticipate that as something that the county would necessarily oversee. We've acknowledged its existence, and we're working with NRCS on that. Touching on what was briefly mentioned in the staff presentation is our 2025-2027 wildfire mitigation plan, noted as being recently verbally approved by the PUC in early June on the 5th, to be specific there. That wildfire mitigation plan is the second, Patrick? Yep. That we have. This is an update to our prior plan. That wildfire mitigation plan is, as mentioned previously, set for our areas across the state, which would include where we have facilities in Elbert County. There are a number of items included in that mitigation plan, including what we will do around situational awareness. That includes adding weather stations where we do need them to gather that data. As noted, we have sufficient coverage in Elbert County for our needs, so we don't necessarily anticipate the need for that. Again, offer to the county, OEM, or fire districts information on how to access that public network if interested. We also are adding AI cameras, Pano AI cameras specifically, typically in areas that we need the coverage. As mentioned, we have existing camera coverage of Elbert County, and if it's determined that we need additional coverage, we will add those as part of our wildfire mitigation plan, but would not typically place those on the power poles themselves because they're not the right height and in the right location. In addition, as noted on the slide, we have system resiliency investments, a number of things including how we conduct inspections, the type of inspections and frequency that we do those inspections of our lines, and then overall operational mitigation, such as the enhanced power line safety settings and public safety power shutoff capabilities. Just a quick slide to touch on some wildfire mitigation activities in Colorado specifically. This is a mixture of distribution and transmission, as we have both types of facilities in the state. So some notes there about distribution poles replaced and inspected, priority repairs on our transmission equipment, substation relays that we have or will install, the thousands of miles of transmission lines that we inspect regularly, and a higher vegetation management number there than our annual goal. Specifically, as requested by staff as part of our application submittals, we created an Elbert County specific wildfire mitigation plan document. This draws on our statewide plan to address fire protection coverage in Elbert County as part of our construction. That includes what our construction contractor will do, and then discusses the operational wildfire mitigation plans within Elbert County, again, tearing off of our statewide plan and consistent with that. We acquire sufficient width of easement around our facilities to safely maintain the area, including vegetation management consistent with federal and industry standards. Pathway will be built with fire-hardened infrastructure, so the steel poles mentioned during the staff presentation, and inspected regularly. Again, touching on the fact that we do have wildfire camera coverage for Elbert County, and we will determine if additional coverage may be needed. And also the reminder about the publicly available weather monitoring stations within Elbert County and the surrounding area, and the fact that we do not need to install additional weather stations in order to predict and evaluate weather conditions here. There was a mention of N5 sensors or a request for N5 sensors, and we do not plan to install those in alignment with the wildfire mitigation program. We use the Pano AI or the cameras as our situational awareness tool for transmission lines. Moving on to pathways specifically and information around where we are at in the process as a whole, and some of our outreach statistics here shown on this slide. So we have obtained 14 land use permits in 10 jurisdictions at this time. We've had and participated in 21 hearings for those land use permits. We've permitted 424 miles of the 532 miles total for segments 1 through 5. And we have constructed over 200 miles and in service those as of this year. We did conduct extensive public outreach as part of the routing study, community meetings required by Elbert County, and then impacted landowner meetings. That included 12 public meetings in Elbert County, 5 virtual town halls, 7 in-person open houses. We had, based on those that signed in, 671 attendees at those meetings, and received 278 comments submitted either in hard copy, written form, or through an online form. In addition, we had the community meetings required by Elbert County as presented in the staff report. We had a total of 384 people attend those community meetings. We also included, as part of that, a formal public comment period that ran from October 10th to November 8th, 2023, associated with those. 70 comment forms were submitted during that period, all in hard copy with 0 electronic forms submitted. Finally, we held 2 meetings with landowners specifically crossed by the proposed route in the spring of 2024. Also noted in the staff report, attendees at those meetings included the president of Xcel Energy Colorado, the vice president of our transmission organization, staff and subject matter experts to answer questions. Those meetings were held in April and June of 2024. As noted in the staff presentation, we did include as an attachment to the 1041 application a routing and siting study over 100 pages in length. So a lot of information in there about the process undertaken As noted in the staff presentation, that routing study started with 20-mile wide corridors that were submitted in the CPCN. Ultimately evaluated through a process as shown on the right-hand side of this slide that included mapping available data, ground truthing or field verifying that data, identification of preliminary links or transmission line route possibilities, focusing down on a smaller than 20-mile wide area, comparing, contrasting, and getting public comment on various route alternatives or links, and ultimately selecting the preferred route. Over 30 factors were considered in the identification and evaluation of the routes considered for all of Pathway, including the routes here in Elbert County and associated with Segment 5. And so as we look at, on the next slide here, the process that was undertaken may be a little bit unique to Segment 5 specifically, which was briefly touched on in the staff presentation. The graphic depicts on the left-hand slide our initial 20-mile wide study area submitted with the CPCN. It then progresses from left to right to show the iteration of the study area or focus areas over time. So as mentioned, as I just mentioned, the study areas were reduced to the focus area. You'll see in the second, I'll just call it column or graphic there, within which we identified preliminary links or alternative route options as part of that process. The third column, or kind of the blue topped, is an instance where we actually added to the area that we were evaluating to address public comment, to look at additional areas outside of what was in that step 2 there. So we added area to the west and to the east-northeast to evaluate whether there were additional route options to consider there. The fourth graphic shows the process where we eliminated some of that area from further consideration to focus on a smaller area. We then, based on public comment, added additional area that we were evaluating in that fifth graphic, the second from the right, so that we could evaluate whether there were route options further to the east that were truly better or more preferable than those previously considered. That included holding public meetings associated with those new route alternatives that were identified, meeting with the landowners in those areas, taking their feedback, and ultimately arriving at the preferred or proposed route that's subject to the application today in that right-hand graphic. Some statistics to note there, we evaluated around 500 miles of routes in Elbert County alone as part of this process. We studied and evaluated routes in more than 4,000 square miles of study area in Segment 5, and that included additionally hundreds of miles of other alternatives. The routing study documents public feedback that was received during the public outreach efforts for the project and how routes or links may have been adjusted, eliminated, modified, or added based on that public comment. Specifically, as it relates to the route along Highway 86, this route was added during that routing study based on public comment that suggested routing and co-locating along existing transportation areas, along the existing gas pipeline, and along the existing core line were preferable to other options presented. Specifically as it relates to routing considerations in Elbert County, this is a zoomed in view of the route and the surrounding area. As part of the evaluation and consideration and selection of a route in Elbert County, we considered existing linear infrastructure, feedback from the public, jurisdictional staff, other agencies such as Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We mapped and considered data related to existing homes and other buildings, land use patterns. We ultimately have to connect this route to Arapahoe County and south in El Paso County. So we had to consider not only where things were and what those land use patterns are in Elbert County, but how we ultimately then get through Arapahoe County to the north to get to the Harvest Mile substation, and how we navigate through El Paso and Pueblo to the south, as well as a small portion in Lincoln to get to our sandstone and tundra substations in Pueblo. The proposed route in the applications presented to Elbert County has the highest percentage of co-location with existing linear infrastructure, nearly 70% co-located adjacent to existing transmission lines, roads, and pipelines. As mentioned, we did a great deal of preliminary landowner and county engagement as part of our process. That began in June of 2021, specifically with introductory meetings regarding the project. We met with Elbert County representatives directly in July of 2021 to discuss the project and receive feedback. We also met or conducted routing meetings, both virtual and in person, in September of 2021, including additional in-person open houses here in Kiowa as part of that process in 2021, and then public open houses in March of 2022 to present the routes at that time. Relative to land acquisition process and timeline in Elbert County specifically, that truly began, as noted, in June of 2021, ending in Segment 5 specifically in December of 2022 with the selection of the preferred or proposed route for Segment 5, including the portion in Elbert County, as well as the jurisdictional outreach conducted during that time. The preferred route, as announced at the end of 2022, was then presented to landowners crossed by that proposed route for discussions regarding option agreements that continued into 2024. Our submittal of the applications in late 2024, statutory notices associated with that land acquisition sent generally in January to February of this year, continuing landowner negotiations, including as part of that process, the appraisals on properties, and then ongoing negotiations and filings as necessary in May and June. Specifically, as it relates to our right-of-way or the easement area associated with the transmission line, I mentioned, for example, that we conducted appraisals. We also look at market data study information as we go through that process, and we pay a fair market value for the easement. There are certain restrictions as to what can be done within that easement, but there's also a lot that remains allowable. Generally, that's described as uses can continue as long as they do not interfere with the facilities. So things like maintaining grassland or lawn are allowable. Agriculture is allowable. Farming happens very close and up to our poles in a lot of areas. Ranching, grazing can all continue within the easement. We don't fence off the easement or prevent folks from using it that way. Vegetation management does require us to disallow certain types of tall growing vegetation within the right-of-way, including tall growing trees, shrubs, and other shorter dwarf varieties of certain vegetation can be allowable as long as they don't prevent access where necessary. And we do not allow new buildings within the transmission line right-of-way. There were a great deal of questions at the Planning Commission regarding how Xcel Energy gets its condemnation authority. So just wanted to go ahead and put that on record here for everyone to cite the Colorado revised statutes that are appropriate and provide that in case necessary for the commissioners or the public. Going to pass this to Parker Rozek to talk about the transmission line and some discussion around why not place it underground.
Hello, okay, working. Hi, I'm Parker Rozek, Senior Manager, Transmission Line Engineering at Xcel for Colorado and some other states as well. Registered professional engineer in the state of Colorado. So some of this has been covered by staff already, but as you can see, the project is a double circuit 345 kV transmission line. Typical heights of poles from 105 to 140 feet, with poles not to exceed 199 feet. Specifically in the county, the average pole height in the county is proposed at 143 feet with a maximum height of 170 feet. The right-of-way is 150 feet wide, 75 feet on each side of the center line. That allows for operations, maintenance, and clearances, things like that. Typically, the spans will be 950 feet between the structures. You'll see that there'll be a brown or rust kind of color. It's called weathering steel. If you're familiar with the lines that we have near Castle Rock or north near Bennett, it looks similar to those. And so then all the clearances are maintained by the National Electric Safety Code. National Electric Safety Code also has structural requirements. The American Society of Civil Engineers has codes that we also comply with, and then we have our own internal standards, which typically exceed the national codes. The state of Colorado also adopts National Electric Safety Code for all utilities to comply with. Next slide. All right, moving on a bit to underground. So underground lines for transmission are pretty rare for Xcel. In Colorado, we currently have just about 4,000 miles of transmission lines. Of those, 56 miles are underground, so about 1.4%, predominantly in the downtown Denver metro area where transmission overhead just really isn't feasible. The higher the voltage you get, the more limits there are on the transmission line length. This is due to a phenomenon called capacitance that occurs on the wires, and basically you can't push energy down the line. So at 345, kind of the theoretical limit is right around 20 miles between substations, but that doesn't take into account necessarily how much power needs to flow, so it could be shorter depending on the needs. As you can see on the right is a kind of picture of a duct bank and vault. So vaults are placed every about 2,000 feet. It depends on the cable size and the reels of the cable that you can get shipped from the manufacturer to site. So the vaults are typically 8 feet by 8 feet by 24 feet in length. The duct bank, as you can see in the bottom left there, is usually somewhere between 3 to 5 feet in size, and typically 3 feet below grade to the top of the duct bank, deeper if there's other obstructions. We like to put the duct bank as close to the surface as possible, as the deeper you go, the more it limits the amount of ampacity that can flow due to heat dissipation. For this project being double circuit and the voltage, you would actually have 2 of these trenches next to each other, approximately 30 feet spacing, to allow for proper heat dissipation under operating conditions. And to be clear, we're not proposing underground transmission. If you want to go to the next slide. So I've covered this a little bit, but so when you transition from overhead to underground, you have what are called transition stations or transition structures. At higher voltages, the transition points look more like substations, which would be the photo on the bottom left. That's a 400 kV station that's over in Europe. The two other transition structures that are monopoles are transition structures here in Colorado in the Denver area. And then you can see in the upper right kind of what the duct bank consists of, which is typically HDPE or PVC pipes that the cables are actually pulled through to allow for future maintenance. One thing to touch on is power restoration and maintenance. Underground lines, when they have an issue, are typically much longer to fix and replace, where overhead lines can typically be fixed and put back in service within hours to days. Underground lines are typically weeks to months, depending on the situation. And then lastly, on underground, just to touch on the PUC, a couple of decisions. One, number C15-0473, utilities cannot use underground transition lines as prudent avoidance measures absent typical circumstances. And then specific to the pathway decision, it would be prohibitively expensive to underground the substantial portion of the pathway. Placing the transmission lines underground would make the project substantially more expensive, is not best interest of the customers from the PUC. So if you want to go to the next slide. All right, so touching on magnetic field and noise. So the state of Colorado, through the Public Utilities Commissions, has prudence avoidance limits for both of those. They are PUC rules 3206E and F. So starting with rule F, E for magnetic field, sorry. Under rule E, the commission has a reasonable limit of 150 milligauss at the edge of the right-of-way. And you can see where on the scale there, 150 milligauss kind of compares to some everyday household items. And we, pursuant to the PUC application for the CPCN, we model the magnetic fields and the noise, which I'll touch on the next slide, using the Bonneville Power Administration, BPA's software for modeling field effects. And you can see on the graph on the right, a little hard to see, but where the values are at for magnetic field under kind of everyday operation. So I thought I'd just touch on the actual numbers. So typically transmission circuits operate in the 25 to 50% of capacity and reserve kind of full capacity for more emergency situations. So we model this magnetic field at 25, 50, and 100% in our filings. And so at 25% at the edge of the right-of-way, the modeling shows 13.7 milligauss. 50% we're at 27 milligauss, and at 100% capacity, 54 milligauss, which is below the state 150 milligauss reasonable limit. So if you want to go to the next slide, I'll touch on noise. Similarly to magnetic field, the PUC has limits for noise of transmission lines and substations. The levels range from 50 to 75 decibels and an L50 modeling methodology. For the transmission lines, we tend to traverse many different types of land use. And so we typically take the most conservative approach and treat everything as residential, even if it's not, which is 50 dB at 25 feet past the edge of the right-of-way. And so you can kind of see it as well. Similarly, noise comparisons there. So 50 dB is kind of similar to your typical living room. And so you'll see two lines on the graph there. So one is under dry conditions, in which case there's no water droplets or foulness on the conductors. And the second louder condition is when the conductors are typically wet, as they create points of energy concentration that creates the corona noise. And then I thought I'd just give those actual numbers. It's hard to see. Under the dry conditions, so kind of your everyday fair weather, 24.8 dB, and under the wet condition, 49.8 dB, so both below the limits set by the PUC for reasonableness for noise of transmission facilities. And I think that's all I had. Back to Jen.
Thanks, Parker. Moving on to discussion around visual and visual impact, photographic simulations. Some of these shared in the staff report, but the full suite of them provided in our applications are prepared, provided here, specifically as we move through a couple of these specifically here. It was mentioned during the Planning Commission that we did not provide a simulation showing Pikes Peak, which was an incorrect statement. This simulation was in what we previously submitted and is being shown here again today. In addition, we select certain views for key observation points and for development of simulation to cover a variety of landscape conditions and viewing conditions. So that includes lateral views, so where the transmission line crosses the view plane, corridor views where they are.
Just a minute. Sir, we in a public meeting, we can't have outbursts. You'll have your time at public comments. There is a public comment period when they're through their presentation. And they will. Understood, but they have that right now in this meeting. It's their turn to talk. When we're through, we'll go into public comments. That time, if you need to sign up, if you haven't, you'll be called on. Thank you. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Sure. Again, we select a number of views to represent different viewing conditions. Those lateral views where it crosses the view plane, corridor views where we see it receding into the landscape, and then specifically certain landmarks of interest, in this case, the Pikes Peak view shown on this one, but also visible in a number of KOPs provided in our application, 1, 2, 5, and 9 specifically. So just moving through those here. Would also note here on this one, this is what a view would be driving down the road, County Road 134, looking towards Pike Peak. It was noted during the Planning Commission that folks felt that the simulations maybe were misrepresenting certain views because we weren't showing the residents. These represent what the view from that residence would actually be. If we pointed the camera towards a residence with the line behind us, they wouldn't show in the simulation. Wanted to touch on maybe anticipate some questions regarding simulations that were presented during the Planning Commission that appear to be generated by AI, and why those may look different than what were presented in our application. Although a map of those was not provided, we estimated where those would be located based on the features visible in those particular simulations. In particular, some of those simulations didn't accurately represent the engineering or design of the line. So this is one of those where the number of poles, the weight of the conductor, line sag are not correct. In this particular view, if our estimated location is correct, we would see just 2 or 3 poles, for example. Another example along Highway 86, where topography, the number of poles, conductor, weight, and sag are not correct. This can happen when photos are not taken with the proper camera, with the lens that represents the human field of view. There are certain standards and requirements for visual simulations that are accepted as part of, for example, federal visual impact standards that require that sort of thing to be done for simulations. In this example, we would see roughly 6 poles between the viewer and the top of the hill. In this particular simulation, interestingly enough, the poles appear much smaller than they would be based on a simulated condition from this location. It also shows the incorrect amount of vegetation that would be cleared based on the width of the right-of-way obtained here. We would anticipate 1 or 2 poles visible in this particular simulation. By contrast, here is a simulation along the highway as well, photorealistic, created based on a geospatially referenced model generated from an engineering design file. The poles are placed at precise coordinates within the digitized landscape based on their designed location and in consideration of the topography of the area. In this simulation, the image reflects the actual pole heights as Parker described, the arm widths and spans, as well as representing the correct conductor weight, line sag, and material and color. Additionally, the area that would be cleared for vegetation is accurately represented here. In terms of schedule for Pathway, as mentioned, we kicked this project off in March of 2021 with the submittal of our CPCN application, conducted routing study work for segment 5 related to Elbert County through the end of 2022. We have been working through landowner negotiations since that time, and those continue today. I touched on where we have received land use permit approvals in terms of the numbers. Those permit approvals are associated with segments 1, 2, 3, 4, and some in 5. So Weld, Morgan, Washington, Kit Carson, Cheyenne, Kiowa, Crowley, Pueblo, Lincoln, and the city of Aurora have approved our permit applications. Segments 2 and 3 are constructed and in service. Segment 1 is under construction and will be in service next year. Segment 4 is in construction and will be in service next year. And we anticipate constructing segment 5, including the area in Elbert County, later this year with the plan to be in service in 2027. Running through the next slides here related to the approval criteria and applicable articles in the Elbert County zoning regulation. Specifically that moving through each of those individually, we will obtain all necessary land use, environmental, and construction permits, approvals, and authorizations prior to the start of and during construction as required. Property rights, permits, and other approvals were discussed and detailed in section 2.5 of our application. We will create a stormwater management plan and institute best management practices, or BMPs, as necessary. We do not see, and as described in our application, that Pathway contains any mapped natural hazard areas. The project and the line itself is designed to withstand seismic considerations and is not anticipated to be impacted by subsidence. Natural hazards were discussed in section 212H of our application. The project is a necessary capital improvement to expand the existing electric transmission grid system in Colorado, and our compliance with local land use plans, including the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan, was discussed in detail in the application. and the project is compliant with that comprehensive plan, and in particular, enhancing goals EN and EG in that plan. The project during construction and operation will not require additional community or local government services beyond those that currently exist in the county today. It does not create an additional demand for transportation infrastructure, educational facilities, housing, water, and of note and discussed at the Planning Commission is that the water source has been procured. It'll be trucked in for construction. Does not require wastewater treatment, public transportation, and this and other items related to local government services were discussed in the application. In addition, this slide documents a number of other items related to sustainability strategy and how this complies with both Xcel Energy's mission as well as county requirements. As noted, it will not significantly degrade the environment, including air quality, visual quality, surface water, groundwater, wetland, floodplain, wildlife, plant life, soils, or geologic conditions. The environmental impact analysis created for the project to comply with Elbert County requirements were also submitted in the application and included a monitoring and mitigation plan provided as well. The project will not negatively impact high priority habitat defined by CPW. We have, for the entirety of the project and for segment 5 and here in Elbert County, will avoid and minimize and implement avoidance and mitigation measures for the project related to wildlife and habitat. Specifically, we have been and continue to coordinate with CPW and Fish and Wildlife Service regarding the project and their recommendations. We met with CPW again in June, specifically to talk about their referral comments in Elbert County, as well as the recommendations regarding those non-disturbance areas. We'll continue to coordinate with CPW and Fish and Wildlife Service as we do for all of our projects, including Pathway, as it progresses through construction. As mentioned in the staff report, the project will not cause any nuisances as defined in the development code. There was discussion at the Planning Commission hearing and in various reports about cultural resources, so we addressed that on this slide in terms of the fact that we have completed a cultural resource study for our easement, and we will identify and implement avoidance measures for those known cultural resources during construction. In addition, we do operate and construct under an unanticipated discoveries plan that outlines what happens if an unknown or unidentified cultural resource is encountered during construction. Pathway is noted in staff presentation as a transmission line project. So its purpose in life is to connect generation sources around its length, the eastern half of Colorado, and bring those and connect those to the existing electric grid. It creates a loop as well to provide that double circuit and additional reliability needed when you are connecting generation to the grid to serve load. The design and need for Pathway has been approved by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. We are a regulated utility in Colorado. And therefore, in that application and with that approval, demonstrates that it does represent the use and application of the best technology and industry standards for transmission and transformation of electric energy. No unreasonable risk of release of hazardous materials is described here as part of the project. Again, we follow all local, state, and federal requirements and laws regarding the storage, handling, and use of those types of materials. in terms of meeting the requirement that the project will not create an undue financial burden on existing or future residents of the county. The PUC determined in that CPCN approval in June of 2023 that pathway is deemed in the public interest and that the recovery of the anticipated cost is appropriate. The CPCN for pathway and the PUC decision demonstrate that we met the burden of proof related to those items. The PUC, again, as our regulator, evaluated extensive cost and schedule information to arrive at their decision. And we've made that decision, and the PUC makes that decision available in full on the PUC website with a link on the Pathway website for those that are interested in reading those pages. We've demonstrated that the project is technically and financially capable. We have the necessary expertise and financial capability to construct the project. The project will not significantly degrade any sector of the local economy. In fact, there are economic benefits to rural communities, including those in Elbert County, during construction and over the long-term operation of the project. That includes additional tax revenue and employment opportunities. Again, no burden on existing emergency healthcare facilities, law enforcement services, and so on. Further, we anticipate around 125 construction workers will be needed, and they may choose to reside in the area during construction as they travel with the crew for the project. Staff addressed that it doesn't degrade recreational opportunities. Minimal permanent impacts result from the construction of pathway to natural resources or agricultural land. As noted earlier in the presentation, aside from the footprint of the poles, the areas under and around the line within our easement can continue to be used for a number of activities, including agricultural or grazing operations, development of certain things. So, for example, potentially related to the economic development zones. It does provide economic benefit during construction. It also provides economic benefit bringing new generations resources online and providing reliable electric that benefit all of the consumers in Colorado, including those in Elbert County. The last item on this slide related to the Planning Commission, indicating in the staff presentation that the project had met this particular criterion. Again, no undesirable or great impact to a number of things evaluated here: traffic, transportation, aesthetics, landscape, residential and commercial development, commerce and industry. As a nearly 70% co-located route in Elbert County, that was one of the major considerations that factored into selection of this alternative. In addition, the project meets various comprehensive plan goals, whether those be county, regional, or state specific. Again, agricultural operations, including grazing, can continue, and we'll continue to work towards receipt of the necessary road use agreements, right-of-way permits, and so on as construction progresses. We typically get those types of permits much closer to construction. Entities like CDOT, for example, want exact dates of our construction activities over the highway. Similarly, for the special use review criteria, touched on a number of these in the application. One statistic I wanted to note here, again, mentioning that outside of the footprint of the poles themselves, that the area within our easement can generally be used for a number of land use activities. based on the number of poles anticipated in Elbert County, the assumed diameter or the engineered diameter of those foundations, permanent impact and disturbance in the county is less than an acre. Touched on the fact that the pathway project does not require additional local government services beyond what already exists and is required to serve the area today. Again, moving through the slides here, demonstrating compliance with criteria A, B, and C here. D, E, and F. Again, touching on a number of items, specifically at the bottom, wanted to note the requirement here or the comment that's been made about us not addressing or meeting requirements related to visual impact. It was noted, previously that the county doesn't have specific requirements for transmission here. You cannot screen transmission poles with a tree. We acknowledge that they're visible, but also by co-locating along similar features or other linear features like the core line, the existing transmission line, natural gas pipeline, and highway. It is being cited in a way that is, with other like facilities. Moving through criteria G and H here, also wanted to note that we've met those requirements related to those approval criteria. I've talked at length about the routing of the line itself. I think we have been very clear and transparent about the process we undertook to evaluate alternatives, what those alternatives were, and how it was selected, particularly based on co-location, the identification of the route based on public feedback in certain portions here in Elbert County, and feedback that co-location is beneficial in terms of reducing certain types of impact, for example, to wildlife, places that adjacent to existing similar facilities like transmission. By placing it along Highway 86, we also, in certain instances, are able to reduce the right-of-way required on private property because we're able to overlap the CDOT right-of-way. So by locating adjacent to roads in that way, we reduce that impact on private lands as well. And then additionally, I would note that we provided in the packet of information sent yesterday related to our tax payments that the numbers quoted at the Planning Commission were incorrect. So would request that the county confirm that with the assessor. We did so and provided that information again. So specifically here in 2024, we had and were assessed by Elbert County over $1 million for our Rush Creek Wind Farm in Elbert County, as well as over $1 million for other assets, including transmission. Specifically, if helpful to look that up, the account number for Rush Creek Wind Farm is U117834, and for our other infrastructure, primarily transmission lines, the account number is U110730. And as noted in our materials, our presentation, that is over $2 million annually paid in taxes to Elbert County. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sorry?
Quick question.
We got a section here, we'll do that. We're gonna open up public comments, then we'll come back to the questions.
Okay, I was just going to refer to a slide I missed. I didn't see one of the slides.
Sure, go ahead, if that's all you got.
Slide 47, I didn't see you speak to that. If you could address that, please. I might have missed it.
Sure. Yeah, if we're able to, let me see. Let me check my slide numbers here. We're going to go with the slide 47 at the bottom. Is it the one, if you took note of it, will not cause significant air, odor, water, noise, light pollution? That one? Or is it a different one?
Yeah, hold on. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, we will now begin the public comment portion of the hearing. If you have signed up, we will call you up from the list. If you have not signed up, you can still have an opportunity to speak following all of those on the sign-up list. I do want to make clear that this will be an orderly process and that everyone must be respectful. Your comments should be directed only to this board, and remember that you are not speaking to the applicant or to the staff. Unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Please remember to keep your comments on topic related to the approval criteria and try not to be repetitive. Please understand that the board's decisions on these applications will be based on compliance with the approval criteria. For this meeting, you must limit your comments to 5 minutes. All right, first on the list is...
Mr. Chair, if we could bring Representative for Big Sandy Fire up first, I would
Yes.
like to have some information.
We caught you before you got out the door.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kara Grzinski. I'm with Local Government Solutions. I represent Big Sandy Fire Protection District. Okay, so did you have a question, or would you like me to?
Sure.
Yeah, in particular, we're back and forth on the agreement that needs to be signed or not signed, or where we're at. Where is Big
Okay.
Sandy falling with that?
Sure. So probably about 7 years ago, the county put into place a fire protection and safety agreement that allowed fire districts to know about projects ahead of time. We're able to comment if they can protect those, and especially in areas where there is no fire district, for the health and safety of the citizens there, they wanted to make sure that the applicant of new development would provide fire protection somewhere through that. And so by signing that agreement, we would say, yes, we can protect that development with the services that we have right now. So the reason why we have not signed it is because we are still in talks with Excel. The SUR process and the EDZ process, basically they allow for uses other than a residential property. New development that comes in, we require them to do impact fees when they come in through an EDZ or a special use. Yes, we can protect a residential home, but there is an added threat when it comes to new development, and that's why at that time we start looking at whether we can protect that process or that use on that property for that single use. So at this time, really we started our talks with Excel on April 25th of this year. So it really has not been that long. The project has been going on, which they've been here in Elbert County since 2021 and have not come to the fire district to see what services that they would need, services that we can provide as a fire district. And so I feel like we're a little behind the 8 ball in those discussions. As they stated, yes, they are still ongoing, but at this point they have all the documentation they need. Our impact fees were adopted legislatively. They have been adopted by the county as an IGA with Big Sandy, and we are hoping that we can come to an agreement with Excel for the capital improvements we may need to protect the transmission lines coming in. They are doing a much better job with mitigation. I will 100% say that, you know, we have seen lots of incidents with transmission lines, fires, and they know that they need to move towards mitigation. But we also need to be able to respond. and we need to be able to respond in case of emergency. That's why we're there. Whether it's in the construction phase for medical emergency, fire emergency in the construction phase, or for the life of the project as it goes through the county. The reason why Tri-County does not collect impact fees or sign the form is because they do not have an impact fee agreement with the county right now. So they do not have those agreements or a legally adopted impact fee schedule.
Thank you for the history there as well. It's just a matter of time, or is there a disagreement on whether it's on the construction phase or whether it's on the life of the project? Where is the rub here?
We have submitted all the documentation that they needed, and we have not heard back from Excel. Remember, we were contacted on April 29th of this year, and we basically got their comments back to us probably 2 days before Planning Commission. I got all the paperwork that they needed within the next week, and we are waiting for them to sign our impact fee agreement that would put us into a place that we'd be collecting impact fees during the project.
And if that was in place, Big Sandy would feel comfortable signing the document then?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Commissioner Buck, you have any questions for her? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Right. First on the list, and I'm going to butcher this up because I can't read it real well. I think it's Joshua, 5200 County Road 8. Did I get that right? That would be correct. All right. You made it.
I apologize, everybody, for interrupting earlier.
You made it. I'm glad you're first on the list.
Well, they walked in the door and nobody was signing up, so I went, what the heck, I'll sign up.
All right.
So thank you, Commissioners. My name is Josh Lowenstein. I am the Director of Our American Lands, a 501c3 that tries to look out for farmers, ranchers, hunters, people that recreate, use our public lands, and for private land rights. My concerns about the use of eminent domain, longevity, reliability, and sustainability of green energy has brought me here from San Luis Valley, where we are facing similar issues. It's looking like the tail end of a mad rush to install and tie into systems that are set to lose federal taxpayer subsidy money or suspension of the projects of type. All of this for systems likely to be obsolete in just a few years. Nuclear really is the future. But till those are built, it would seem the utility will keep taking money and the private lands as they want. I would strongly recommend to say no to these land-destroying obsolete systems and what likely amounts to power lines that will lead to nowhere. And thank you all for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you, sir. Next on the list, we have Gary Colin Austin.
Good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Commissioners. My name, as I said, it's Gary Austin. My family and I reside at 3180-820 Private Road 57. It's just about 3 miles up as soon as you hit the trees. I'm known as the tree guy. I always talk to you guys about trees. Not going to do that today. We've already covered all that, and we understand they're worth zero as far as applicants concerned. What I wanted to point out is the things that affect the people individually, because I haven't really heard much talk about that. I'm voicing my strong opposition to the preferred route for Segment 5 today. We were served papers on about 8 days ago condemning the easement across our ranch. Interesting thing, they said poles are spaced at 950 feet. We only have 830 so of frontage, but we're going to have several poles. Anyway, I'll go on here and stick with the subject. They gave us a description of the easement uses, which they discussed earlier, and I think you guys probably seen it. What it basically says is that the only thing left for me to do is pay the taxes. They did add fire to my responsibility, as I heard today, which is interesting because they said they didn't own the land and fee. I have to tell you that of most concern is something we heard today is that we can run ag on it. The right-of-way language that they gave me condemns fences. And we do not run open range because we have a lot of congestion and we have numerous neighbors where that would be very difficult. What I can tell you is it says right here, and I'll quote it, respondent, nothing can be placed or erected or permitted to remain on, over, or under the easement area by the respondent, that's me, including trees, shrubs, and fences that might interfere with facilities or interfere with the exercise of any right granted above, below, and on the easement by XL. It calls that out. We've written them and responded where we've asked for clarification, and we're told no fences. So that's pretty hard. That's one point I wanted to make. The other point is a people point that at the planning hearing, we heard from an expert from XL about the impact on value, and they maintain that there is zero impact on the value of real estate and property building this large power line through there. My house is about 150, 160 feet from the edge of where their easement's going to be, and I'm really concerned that it's going to be it's going to sell for a lot less money if I have to sell it than what it's worth because of the transmission line. I mean, I don't have an exact figure for you, but probably anybody in this room would tell you if you had a big power line right there, it's not going to be worth as much. That's just common sense. My wife has cancer. I survived a stroke in 23. My son is disabled and lives with us. So anything that affects we have the asset of the home as an emergency asset that we could sell in order to take care of any of us that need long-term care, which is looking like it could be possible. Anything that affects the value of that is of great concern to us, and I think it should be to a lot of other people that are in similar situations where the easement may, affect their property. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Next on the list, we have Leah Barton.
Hi, my name is Leah Brayton,
Great.
and I'm here on behalf of my husband and myself. We heard of this project the first time in May of 2021. My husband was furious because we were told that the lines were going to go down Freeze Road through Fondas and south. We had just bought 160 acres in 2019. I'm a native of Colorado, and I chose to retire in Elbert County. And we bought 160 acres, just had built our home. We got our CO on January 12th, 2020. My husband was furious. My husband was the healthiest man on this planet. He had such an issue with this project that his health declined so badly that we came to a meeting in this room and we spoke with Greg Brophy, which we know Greg very well, for over an hour. He said, you know, Howard, you're going to get used to the sound and you're going to get used to the sight of it. It'll be, and we're going to pay you money. My husband left here, said some terribly foul words I have never heard from him. Left here, was as red as the red on that flag. November 14th, he had a brain aneurysm because that day we heard that it was going to go right next to the water tower in Kiowa and right behind the school where my great-nephews go to school. He couldn't handle it. He had a brain aneurysm, had 2 surgeries, spent 72 days in the hospital, and died. I am here to fight his battle. We are so against it. This is our country that we love. We love all of these people, and we hate what it's doing to our community. Thank you.
Sorry for your loss. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we've got Don Gray.
Thank you, Commissioners. Leah, our hearts go out to you. Don Gray, 16,000 Highway 86. Good afternoon, Commissioners and staff. Well, it's been quite a journey. For 2.5 years, I've been standing in front of this board trying to keep the county and the public informed of the Power Pathway project before you today. Through this journey, there has been many, many stories that I could share with you, but because of potential litigation, my attorney has advised me not to share those stories with you again today. I want to speak to one topic in particular that is huge in this project, and that's property rights. I'll feed off of what Mr. Austin said early on. Public service is serving landowners with papers that will start the process of taking immediate possession of their land. Public service company will tell you that they have negotiated with landowners, but have reached the point where they have to start the process of eminent domain. What does that mean? It means that landowners won't sign, if landowners won't sign this document right here, its title is Electric Transmission Line Easement. Public service company will take immediate possession of their property in order to start this project. They want me to give them the right in 3 different paragraphs of this document. I'd like to share these 3 paragraphs with you. Number 1, enter into the easement area at any time to survey, mark, sign the easement area, and to construct, install, operate, repair, remove, replace, reconstruct, alter, relocate, patrol, inspect, improve, enlarge, and maintain electric transmission and distribution lines. In that paragraph, number 2, to cut, fell, remove, prune, or otherwise control all trees, brush, and other vegetation on or overhanging the easement area. Number 3 of that same paragraph, use the easement area for access for personnel, equipment, and vehicles. The second paragraph of this same document, they want me to give you the right to no temporary or permanent wells, buildings, or structures shall be placed or permitted to remain on, under, or over the easement area. No other object shall be erected, placed, or permitted to remain on or over the over the easement area, including trees, shrubs, and fences. The third paragraph of this document seems to be what they're giving me as my rights for my own land, as Gary says that I pay taxes on. The landowner reserves the right to use the easement area for any purpose which does not interfere with or endanger the public service company's use of the easement area as provided. So what they're basically saying, as long as I ask permission to use my land, they may or may not say yes or no. That is an overreach by the government. A pseudo-government agency, the government, that is an overreach. Commissioners, I ask you to please do the right thing and protect Elbert County landowners and their property rights by denying this application before you today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Deb Gray.
Good afternoon. I'm Deb Gray, 16,000 Highway 86. Over 30 years ago, we made the decision to leave the city behind and live in rural Elbert County. We chose the wide open spaces, abundant wildlife, and pristine views over the hustle and bustle of metropolitan life. Now we're faced with a high voltage transmission line easement that will be only about 100 feet from our home. Just to put that into perspective, 100 feet is about the width of this room. Every time we go in or out of our home, in and out of our driveway, we will be faced with immense towers and high voltage lines. They will clear cut well over 100 mature trees from our property, many of which are more than 150 years old. All to benefit Denver and metropolitan areas' need for electricity. No benefit for Elbert County or us personally. We've been put in a position of potentially using our life savings for attorney fees in order to litigate Excel's threat of eminent domain. Commissioners, please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carrie.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carrie Giblets, 19656 Wiedemeyer Road, on the board of the Elbert County Environmental Alliance. As you know, ECEA has been opposed to Excel's route from the start and has actively worked to have it changed for over 3.5 years. During this time, we have frequently spoken publicly to the Board of County Commissioners, the Planning Commission, the CDS staff, about the multitude of reasons why this route is not in the best interests of Elbert County. County staff and the Planning Commission have recommended denial of Excel's applications, citing many of the same reasons we have spoken to, agreeing that this route is not in the best interests of Elbert County. Throughout this entire process, Excel representatives have just gone through the motions, checking boxes along the way. Our 1041 regulations state that the applicant must hold a community meeting. Check. But wait, the regulations also state that applicants understand community concerns and shall demonstrate how they adjusted their application related to community input in the formal application. There is no indication anywhere that any Elbert County residents is in favor of this route. Additionally, Colorado Revised Statute 29-20-1084 requires that the public utility shall consult with the affected local governments in order to identify the specific routes or locations under consideration for the site of the major electrical facility and attempt to resolve land use issues that may arise from the contemplated permit application, not the formal application, the contemplated application. Imagine the time, money, and heartache that would have been saved had, had Excel done this. It would have shown early on that this route is not in the best interest of Elbert County. Our county's 1041 regulations are in place to protect the county and its residents, and Excel's application does not satisfy these regulations in several areas, which are outlined in a letter from ECEA that is in your packet. Chief among these are decreased property values and resulting decreased property tax revenue will create undue financial burden and affect county services. The significant risk from natural hazards. It does not conform with Elbert County master plans, which state that Elbert County strongly supports private property rights. The negative impact on high priority habitats and the degradation of areas of archaeological and historical significance. Interference with viewsheds and scenic vistas. Changes in the appearance of forest canopies. And the benefits should outweigh the losses. According to Colorado Revised Statute 24-65.1-501, regarding a permit for development in area of state interest, if the proposed development does not comply with local government's guidelines and regulations, the permit shall be denied. This application does not comply with Elbert County's guidelines and regulations. Therefore, you must deny the permit. This route is not in the best interest of Elbert County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Giblets.
Eric Giblets, 19656 Wiedemeyer Road. With regards to the two applications before you from Excel Energy, I am extremely disappointed in Excel's lack of respect for Elbert County citizens and Elbert County's application process. During the county's planning commission hearing, the application was found to be incomplete, and in their mindset, the application delivered is good enough for Elbert County, because we're just little people out here. This smacks of arrogance. The highlights of their testimony that demonstrate their lack of respect include, number one, community meetings. I question the completeness of both applications based on their description of these meetings. The information they described as being provided and the documents displayed at the meetings that were not included in the application. I also question their transparency and their selection of the new primary route through Elbert County, which was never a part of those original community meetings. There was never an opportunity for the community to feed back on this route. Number two, taxes paid. Excel representatives were extremely proud to state that they pay close to $2 million. Now, they have since corrected that to $1 million, but if you really look at the current public record, the taxes paid and found that their claim was false. In reality, they only paid approximately $250,000 to Elbert County General Fund. This makes me wonder if the rest of the application has been fact-checked. Number three, property values. Excel subject matter expert in property valuation stated that there is no impact to property values or the ability to market and sell in a reasonable time when transmission lines are in your front yard. A planning commissioner quickly refuted this with a study from Kansas, which empirical data showing that the property values do decrease. These are just three examples of the discrepancies within the application and the presentation that they provided. They clearly displayed their lack of respect for the property rights of Elbert County citizens and the arrogance of their management. Excel has already filed court documents on 13 county landowners to proceed with eminent domain before this project has even been heard, much less approved by Elbert County Board of Commissioners. As a private corporation with the state franchise to provide public service at a profit, they should be held to a higher standard. In conclusion, we are counting on you to hold Excel accountable and stand up for the citizens of our county. This application is incomplete. It offers no benefit to our county, and as such, you need to vote to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we've got Pam Struthers.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Pam Struthers. Address is 33252 County Road 73, Kiowa. I've been a resident of the Bijou Basin since 1998. I'm here to say that I am opposed to Xcel's proposed high-power transmission lines and towers crossing Elbert County for the same reasons as many of my friends, neighbors, and community members. Today, I'm here specifically to make a plea for the safety of Elbert County related to the proposal. Xcel hasn't adequately addressed any fire mitigation prior to the start of this project. There will be an increased fire risk during construction with welding and operation of heavy equipment. Additionally, medical care of construction crews is required for any on-the-job injuries as well as continued fire mitigation and monitoring after completion of the transmission lines. There are no specific plans in process to address each of these critical issues that impact this community. Meaning specifically that they have said that they have things in place such as weather monitors, they have things in place such as wildland fire monitoring things, but to say specifically where those are, who's monitoring them, would be important things for us to know prior to this. I would like to share with you some startling facts regarding our safety and our services currently available in Elbert County. Kiowa Fire serves 324 square miles. These miles are pasture land, ponderosa pines, and beetle-killed pines. 32 miles of that running through Kiowa Fire Protection District will be home of 170 transmission poles. Kiowa Fire currently has 5 full-time employees. That is 2 person per day, 6 days per week, and 1 day a week, a full-time employee and a volunteer. Kiowa Fire has 20 volunteers. 3 of those volunteers live in district, which means they can respond from home if available. The remaining volunteers line up out of district, some as far as Keystone and Longmont. If Kiowa Fire has a medical call that requires a patient transport to a hospital, it can leave the district without coverage for 3 hours or more. Kiowa's call volume has increased 10% over the last 10 plus years, each year, with a persistent decrease in volunteers. The anticipated call volume for 2025 is 600 plus calls. Mutual aid is used for backup, but all agencies struggle with staffing and funding, resulting in limited resources. As a former volunteer firefighter with wildland certification in Elbert County for over 10 years, including 5 years with Kiowa Fire, I have first-hand experience with wildland firefighting. Wildland fires start small, are fast, furious, and unpredictable. I have worked on small and large wildland fires. 2 prominent examples stand out, where a single piece of hot fence touching dry grass combined with wind resulted in consecutive burns of 500 and 1,000 acres. These fires moved quickly, spread aggressively, requiring agencies to respond with mutual aid, airdrops, road and bridge assistance, farm equipment, and home and landowners digging trenches by hand, putting themselves at risk to save what they value and love. We, the residents, have so much to lose if this proposed project is successful. As each of us brings to your attention today, what we cannot afford to lose is our safety and perhaps our lives as a result of not having the necessary resources, staff, and funding already stretched thin to meet the needs of our community. I urge you to vote no on this proposed pathway.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we have, Susie Dodge.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for letting us speak. I oppose Xcel Energy's route for their power pathway for many, many reasons. One of them being the drastic decrease in property values that will occur if these high voltage transmission towers are approved. A review of literature clearly reveals significant loss in property value once high voltage power lines are present. Studies show a range of decrease between 25 and 75%. with most showing a loss of about 45%. In addition, it was reported that many buyers refuse to even look at such properties, and it can take up to 6 times longer to sell properties with adjoining transmission line easements. When these properties finally sell at a 45% loss in value, their sale price will be the comp values used for the other county properties for sale, decreasing their property value even if they are not near the power lines. A decrease in property valuation leads to a decrease in property tax revenue, which will strain our already overburdened and underfunded services. This will affect all of Elbert County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is John Mott.
Thank you. John Mott, 18087 County Road 150, Kiowa. I had everything written out, and then I very carefully left it home. So I had to rewrite everything. One thing, I worked on this some years ago, this idea of, and it's hard to keep it with a standalone just with the transmission line, is you start to have to consider second, third, and fourth order effects, which a lot of this is. But you know, what is the purpose of the transmission line? So the earlier meeting in June, they said the transmission line was for Pueblo, the coal-fired plant out of Pueblo, and that's what it was for, when in actuality it's actually for wind and solar and other alternatives, sources of electricity, and that's what, for me, much more, the transmission line is bad enough, but it's what does the transmission line entail further on down the road, which has to be considered, or really should be. These other effects, if you do one, it's going to propagate something else down the road. The outrageous cost that is costing us as taxpayers across this country. I read yesterday or the other day, subsidies by 2030 could reach $1 trillion for any of this green energy, which is really not very cost effective. The disturbing for me is also this fact of that eminent domain. As a property, as a private property owner, the fact that somebody can just go in, it already pisses me off that I have to have permits to build something, let alone if something gets built on me and I have no say-so in that with eminent domain. This is something that is so critical and so part of the entire nature of especially the people that live more so in a rural area. This idea of private property rights. I live in Elbert County because I sure as hell don't want to live in Denver County or Adams County or Arapahoe County. I had to rent there for a while, and it was, for me, it was hard. And I'm here by choice, not even though I had to go a long ways for work. The benefit for Elbert County is negligible. We get no electricity from it. We pay the cost. Those that are directly affected, but all of us will pay a cost. They say, well, fleetingly, well, visual quality. How do you define visual quality? The power line that cuts across Quincy Road, I'm probably 20 miles from it. Now, it doesn't bother me that much, but I can see it. And that's only 120, 130 feet high, and I can see it, and I'm probably 20 miles away, and I can see it with naked eye. Other things, the one other issue, they keep saying the gas pipeline. The gas pipeline is buried. You don't see it, and they're not going to build something that ties into that. I appreciate your time and effort in this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Peggy. Peggy?
My name is Peggy Petskowski. My husband is Timothy Petskowski. We live at 950 County Road 133 at Rush. Thank you for the opportunity for providing us with this time to express our concerns. And I'd like to start with, I want to clarify one thing that this project does not end in Simla. From Simla, it goes south into El Paso County, down to the corner of Big Springs and Holtwood, which is the intersection that we live in, and that is the county line road. County line 133 in Holtwood is the county line north-south. At that point, it crosses over into Elbert County and onto Orcutt's property, and then it goes east, and then it goes south on our property. So, and there are 5 of us landowners down in that corner, so please keep us in mind. Okay, so as elected trustees for the people of Elbert County, each of you has an obligation to move forward in the best interest for all county residents and deny, as recommended by the Planning Commission, Excel's applications for 1041 and SUR permits. Elbert County 1041 regulations revised on 9/14 of 22 say that for new transmission lines, existing easements shall be used. There are many miles of existing transmission line easements within Elbert County. In compliance with 1041 regulations, Excel should be required to use them. If it is a fact that Excel can legally move forward by means of eminent domain with or without county permits, that in and of itself does not validate approval of their applications. Excel states ownership of land within the easement remains with the landowner. However, as Mr. Gray pointed out, Excel retains the right to do whatever they deem fit on, overhead, or beneath the easement, and the landowner can do nothing with it without Excel's permission. So much for my property rights. 2 years and 4 months ago, Excel has been, well, for 2 years and 4 months, Excel has been a total disruption of what was our peaceful life. Our physical, mental, emotional health has deteriorated. Tim's pacemaker has documented a marked increase in number and duration of arterial fibrillation, which is associated with increased stroke risk and the development of congestive heart failure, increased potential for adverse short and long-term outcomes, and the need for advanced cardiac therapy. This is all according to his electrophysiologist, Dr. McCallion. The constant buzz of the lines will dramatically increase with the wind, which is 90% of the time where we live, and or any kind of moisture eliminates the peace and the quiet of our little piece of heaven on the prairie. Excel's negotiation, as they call it, of just compensation. We did not respond to their first 2 offers, and then they sent us a third offer that was 82% less than the first 2. Now, their negotiation of just compensation for the easement amounted to, this is our last offer. If not acceptable, we could get our own appraisal. We did that. David Clayton did an appraisal for us, which takes in the damages. He did that for us. And he forwarded it to Excel. We don't have a lawyer. We can't afford a lawyer. So David forwarded it directly to Excel, and here's the response we got from them. Because of project timing and how far apart you and Excel Energy are in value, we need to move forward with filing a condemnation case sometime this week or next week. That ended June 6th. And they did eventually. They did do that. So,
Sorry, Commissioners, 5 minutes.
Go ahead, just you wrap up. I want to hear what you have to say.
I'm done. Yep.
Are you done?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next on the list, we have Nicole Ray.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Ray, 17112 Highway 86. I'm here on behalf of my husband who can make it today, unfortunately, and myself, and also to support the rest of Elbert County's residents. So I guess I'm starting to sound like a broken record, right? Just like everybody here. You know, watching this and participating in this process of Xcel Energy's attempt to, quote unquote, steal Elbert County's joy in their properties, and pretty much for most of them, everything they own is in their land, because most of them are ranchers or farmers, and everything they own is in their property. So the property value factor is huge, considering most of these folks, that's their nest egg, that's their retirement. Most of these, as you know, most of the residents are nearly retirement age or retirement age. They do not have the funds to hire an attorney or fight for themselves in any adequate way. My husband and I have been involved ever since the word spread that this project is on the table. And let me tell you, we've been to every open house. We've been to every community meeting. We've been to both of the private community meetings. And my view and my conclusion to this, there's absolutely no benefit to Elbert County residents, to Elbert County in general. The opposite is truth, okay? My husband and I got married in September of 2021. Less than a year after that, less than a year, my husband, because of all this happening, and he's a strong guy, at that time, he was 58. He suffered a heart attack as a direct result of stress of this process. I can't call it a community meeting, or because I can tell you that in every single one of these meetings or open houses, our concerns were completely disregarded. They were just checking boxes, and my husband's heart just couldn't take it. He is alive. He, on his 59th birthday, received a life-saving stent after he had to be airlifted. So my heart really goes out to the two ladies that spoke, the one lady with her husband that suffered a brain aneurysm, and the heart issues. And let me tell you, this is not going to get any better as we all watch these monstrosities go up. It's not going to get any better. This county is full of senior citizens, and it doesn't even, I have palpitations, and I'm way younger, okay, and high blood pressure as a result of this stress, everyday stress. And not only the property values, but then all of us, or most of us, have livestock or animals. Their fire mitigation plan is a joke. As everybody, I can tell that everybody in this room will agree with what the Planning Commission found to be true 3 weeks ago at the Planning Commission, where they didn't even have a fire mitigation plan, and they still don't. It is scary to think. I have witnessed, the fire going up just off of 86 last fall, and how quickly it spread, and it wasn't even that windy that day. So, us having to, on top of everything else, watching these monstrosities go up with no fair compensation, because again, what they're offering for taking our land, and it is an armed robbery, in my opinion, okay? Having been to all these meetings, it's an armed robbery. I beg you to please not approve this project. There's nothing good in it for Elbert County residents in the past, when it first started, now, or in the future when they take our land and just put these things up, not caring at all, not listening to any of the concerns of the citizens or addressing any of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Beverly Durant. All right, next one after that is Deborah, we'll say Sisk.
Thank you. I'm Beverly Durant, 40968 Kiowa Bennett Road. First of all, I just want to say Excel has absolutely no regard for Elbert County or its citizens or any of you or any of our staff that you have. At community meetings, they told everyone, this is what we're going to do. We don't care. We're not changing anything. And what it really came down to was money. It was cheaper for them to do this. They have not submitted a complete application, and they don't even care. They believe that they can just use eminent domain, and they can do whatever they want with everyone here. The fire danger is a huge concern, and I think we really should look into that. Our local fire departments cannot handle any kind of event that could happen with any fire here. We have volunteers with equipment that cannot do the job anymore, and we need to be able to save the land, property, and animals, as well as people's lives. This does not benefit Elbert County at all. It takes away property rights, and that should be the biggest concern for you. It takes away property rights, which is one thing I've heard this commission say over and over again. Everyone has the right to their property. They don't anymore if you pass this. Property values will go down, wildlife as well as livestock concerns. Our scenic views will be gone, landscape character concerns. It's not in harmony and is not compatible with the surrounding area, and it will put an undue burden on our infrastructure within Elbert County. I am also the president of the Kiowa School Board. We have very major concerns for our students and our staff as far as their health and safety. A fire, we don't know where we could put our kids because it'll be all over our school and all the areas that we would evacuate them to. And also the traffic. Our crossing guards are almost hit because no one ever stops on 86 for our crossing guards. These huge trucks will add to that as well. The Planning Commission noted several and multiple concerns and problems with these applications, as well as your own county staff. Please heed their words, use their wisdom, use their decision making, and put Elbert County first and deny these applications. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we got Deborah. And after that, we have a Sherry Christensen.
I'm not good at this.
That's okay.
Deborah Sisk, 33991 Wolf Creek Trail, Kiowa. Everybody's pretty much said what I want to say. I'm opposed to it. I don't think it benefits our county. It doesn't benefit our people. It takes away our rights. I don't think the people with Excel would like to look up and see a big transmission line in their front yard. They don't care about us. Protect what you love. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sherry Christensen, and after that, I want to say it's Manny. I can't read the writing. Go
Sherry
ahead.
Christensen, 33991 Wolf Creek Trail in Kiowa. I am opposed to the XL Power Pathway as it does not serve the residents of Elbert County. I have attended several community meetings where XL allowed residents to ask questions and voice their opinions about the pathway. We put dots on a map where we thought the pathway should be routed. It became apparent to me that they didn't really care what the public thought about the path of that pathway. They had an agenda the whole time. We are not against energy development, but we quickly realized XL had no intention of negotiating with the residents of Elbert County. I asked other neighbors and friends to attend the meeting today, and overwhelmingly their response was, there is nothing we can do to stop it. They don't feel their voices are being heard. We are up against a corporate giant on Wall Street who is trying to bully all of us into accepting the pathway. Make no mistake, this is the first battle that we will have with XL and their constituents, because what comes next is solar and wind farms. The transmission lines are the foundation for wind and solar, and for XL to meet their clean energy goals and deliver 100% carbon-free electricity by 2050, with an interim goal of reducing carbon emissions 80% by 2030. XL Energy is projected to leverage up to $10 billion in tax credits, which will primarily apply to wind, solar, and storage rather than the line infrastructure like the pathway. The pathway enables wind and solar projects to access a grid, indirectly supporting the tax credits. I doubt there is one person with XL here today that would agree to put a transmission tower on the corner of their street or in open space behind their house or in their front yard. We moved out here because we wanted to get away from the values of those that live in the city. We love our rural, serene life. And now they want to force us to accept their values. XL doesn't care about any of the residents in Elbert County. They don't care about your view, the decreased value in your property, your quality of life, nor do they care about your ranch or the livestock you graze. In fact, they are willing to put up wind and solar, eating up thousands of acres. There is no appreciation for those who put food on our tables. They only care about their profit. I want to ask, what about our rights? Do we not have rights? I thought in Elbert County we had the right to farm. They are forcibly taking our rights from us and telling us what we must do to comply. What is next? I urge each one of you to vote no on this application as it does not serve us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll say the next one is Manny. I believe it's 17274 State Highway 86. Going once. What was the address? 17274 State Highway 86. All right.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I just would like to give you some information on the wildfires for Elbert County, if that's okay.
Give us your name, please.
Mark Knipe.
Mark, okay, sorry. Couldn't read it.
Doctor's writing. Other than that, my attorney advised me not to say too much, so that's all I have. Is it all right if I give you some information?
I don't know. Can he give it to our attorney?
Testing. Commissioners, Lance Ingalls, Acting County Attorney for Elbert County. What's been submitted is 4 copies of a document that is titled The Dangers of Power Lines Installed in Open Spaces, Fire Behavior, and Threats to Wildlife. I believe this is the first exhibit that will have been labeled for today's hearing, although I'm going to back up and label another one too, just for purposes of the record. I'm going to call this Exhibit 2 for the purposes of your record, and the reason for that is yesterday evening at about 6:10, we received 6 documents from Excel, and Excel has talked about those documents. They were printed out and delivered today. I'm going to label those Exhibit 1.
That's
So,
this here.
yes, so you have a copy of Exhibit 1, and you can label it that if it helps you. I'm going to label this document Exhibit 2, and we do have 4 copies, so 1 for the record.
Thank you, sir. All right, next on the list is Sandy. After that, we have Doug Bennett.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I am Sandy Cloys. I live at 32400 County Road 91 in Rama. And I just would beg you to oppose this project. As you've heard so many speak, there's no benefit to any of us. And there's been so many health issues for the trauma it's caused the people. And it's a travesty to have landowners have to go through what they've been going through. Really, the bottom line is adding, this green is not going to do it. There's never going to be enough electricity for everything they're trying to encourage, and change. And like the first gentleman spoke, we need to figure out a different route than electricity. And, taking away people's property rights is horrible. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Doug Bennett, and after that, we have Laura.
Hello, how are you guys today?
Good, sir. How are you?
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Doug Bennett, 35600 Private Road 73, Kiowa. I had a lot of problems with this, especially with the fire, but that's all been addressed and everything like that. I don't really have to reiterate on that. The one that has not been addressed real well is the roads. So Highway 86, you start putting these big towers up, stuff like that, you're talking 10, 15 trucks to get the towers there. The state highway right now has no money to fix that road. Excel's not going to fix the road. I have ranching operations northeast Kiowa and then down by the Fondas area. I use that road quite a bit. It sure is nice getting on top of that bluff, looking down at all the nice flowers, stuff like that. I don't want to look at any power lines and stuff like that. I mean, who's first, Elbert County or Boulder? That's my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right.
My name's Laura, and thanks for letting me speak, and all the other people. I think they've all made strong, good points, and I hope that the commission thinks about what they've said. Through this, I've sat and listened to all of these people talk, and they've said nothing. They did not give stats on where they got their information from. They did not tell us anything, but yet they took a lot of time. I'm going to explain to you that my dad was an electrician, and in my youth, I remember my parents fighting for this exact same thing. I had neurological problems as a child, but they didn't know what was wrong with me. Through the years, I ended up moving to Las Vegas and lived on Green Valley Parkway in Henderson. My dad was dying. I was talking to him on the phone, and I said, "Dad, I'm having all these medical issues." And he goes, "Do you live near any electrical lines, Laura?" I said, "Yeah, they go straight down Green Valley Parkway, right behind my apartment." He goes, "Do you have a green box in your yard?" "Right under my balcony, one of the electrical boxes." He says, "You need to move." So I did. In 2018, I'm here in Elbert County. I'm off my gabapentin, 600 milligrams, 3 times a day for my neurological problems. You're going to put this near an elementary school just like they did when I was a kid, right near Warner Elementary in Copperfield. Now, on top of it, your stats are incorrect about the wind velocity. I drive semis for Amazon. We have to know weather. I'm constantly watching it. The winds today hit 75 miles per hour. Did anyone know that? Now, there's an electrical box that sits in front of Amazon where I work in Aurora. It's been hit 3 times by cars. And just recently, a couple months ago, that box exploded 3 times because when Xcel came out to fix it, they didn't fix the lines underneath it. We were without power for a whole week. Explain it. They rerouted the airplanes to DIA. I drive Quincy every day. I go an hour so I don't have to deal with neurological problems anymore. You're going to put this right past my home, and I'm going to have to move again, just like the rest of these people. Think about what you're doing and where you're putting this, and I hope you all make the right decision for the people here.
Thank you. Steve Barnhart.
Steve Barnhart, 14225 County Road 178, Bennett, Colorado. Listening to the 2 presentations today, it was kind of surprising that the Planning Commission had a very good presentation, while Xcel's presentation I found pretty lacking. They don't seem to give you all the facts and figures that you really need, but yet they managed to check the boxes off. Looking at paragraph M of the 1041 regulations, it says that documentation that prior to site disturbance associated with proposed project, the applicant can and will obtain all necessary property rights, rights of way, and easement, permits and approvals, state agencies. Well, in the Planning Commission presentation, they claim to have received all those landowner approvals, but yet they don't have them, nor have they filed eminent domain on all of the landowners. I don't know that the number of landowners that has been presented is accurate, and how do we determine that it's accurate? We're counting on Xcel to give us that information, and I know one landowner in particular that has neither been served eminent domain, nor has he agreed to any kind of easement. So just based on that alone, I think you should deny the permit. But based on the 2 presentations and some of the things I've heard from Xcel, I think Xcel should just be barred from coming through the county altogether and go somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mills?
Sunny Mills, 27310 Forest Ridge Drive. Thank you for your time. I sent you all some information and some reading materials. As you know, my husband and I worked for U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We're very familiar with undergrounding lines. And first of all, I want you to understand, and this is hard to understand, but the power pathway, they call it power because it's vast. This 345 kVA compared to what's coming into your home is huge. They have to turn everything off in order to repair. If there's a huge wind event like we had earlier, they turn off this huge amount of power because they can't control it. That's the reason they do it. And when you get a wind event, like we had today at 75 miles per hour, an EMF forms. This is not a little bitty EMF coming off your phone or your vacuum cleaner. This is a huge area. You know, the people up in, the guy in Boulder, the terrorist, set those people on fire. And now we have Iran. And of course, we're military, so we pay attention to that. Somebody could just come out in a wind event, just shoot up a flare, it would explode in conflagration, and then they say there's 0 chance, or maybe it was number 2 chance, of fire in this area. The thing is that we have little fingers of forest. And if anybody in this group would ever drive around, they would just be amazed at the 300-year-old trees. This is a very, very old growth forest out here that hasn't been logged forever. And we've been going through a drought. And if it's like my property, we have lots of branches that are dead, and they catch just like matchsticks. And you've seen what happens in Canada with these out-of-control fires. And what it would do is it would go right up the little valleys, following along, because most of our wind, especially in the winter, comes from the northeast and travels southwest, right towards the Black Forest. And you know what happened to the Black Forest 12 years ago. And they did not get a hold of that place. It went for miles. Propane tanks were exploding. But let's just talk about my little ridge. We had a ridge fire. It started within 30 minutes. 4 homes burned. And several hillsides were gone. Some of the forest, luckily the wind switched. And it went towards Pine Meadows. So they were evacuated. And the first thing we noticed, we were only 10 houses from the fire. We had our car loaded up, and then we saw the wind switch, and we thought, oh, thank you. What happened was the horse trailers started coming down our road. They wouldn't let them go to 86. It's a dirt road, 2-lane. Pretty soon, they're going 25 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour. It slows down, bumper to bumper to bumper. Now, if this was really a big fire, those people would not have escaped. So let's talk about high evacuation and high winds. Our schools are less than a mile away from this proposed pathway. It has fingers coming out from the Black Forest, and once the forest goes, then you get a weather event like tornadoes, fire tornadoes. The school doesn't have enough buses to get the kids out. What do you do with the kids? They die. I hate to say it, but let's be honest. That's what happens. We have children die. Then we have a nursing home right across the street. Guess what happens to all of them? They're not going to be able to get out.
5
They
minutes.
die. We have a lot of, am I out of my
Yep.
5 minutes?
You can wrap it up real quick.
Okay. So, Excel is going to the Colorado Public Utilities when you decide not to approve this. But according to the condemnation statute, CRS 40-2-124 through 126, undergrounding efforts, utilities such as Xcel Energy must incorporate underground power lines into their wildfire mitigation plans as a means to reduce fire risk. It becomes a statute this next year. They want you to approve it now. Why? They don't want to bury their lines. They don't want to have to take care of fire mitigation. I suggest you look into that.
Thank you. Next, we have Senator Pelton. Hello, Senator.
Good evening. For those that don't know me, Rod Pelton from Shine Wells. Elbert County is my northwest county out of 13. This pathway goes through 7 of my counties, and if you include the May Valley Connect, that's 8 counties. Some of the counties have been smooth sailing, some have not. I want to address the part of eminent domain. What makes America America is private property. Eminent domain goes against private property and private property rights. Whenever that word comes out and those actions start, the talks stop. There is a company coming through southeast Colorado from Oklahoma up to Pueblo. That company has a landowner-based way of negotiation. They are hitting very few obstacles as opposed to the heavy hand of Excel. So I would implore Excel to look at these kind of negotiations and become good neighbors with the people that your projects neighbor. Because at the end of it all, they have to look at it every day. You guys don't. The corporate Excel people don't. And these people need to have some satisfaction and feel good about what happens in their counties and their land. So I really don't have a condemn or deny or accept. I just want people to know there's other ways to do this that protect private property rights and work with the landowners in a positive way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I cannot make this name out, so I'm going to give the address. 24, looks like 903 State Highway 86. Don't want to miss anybody. I'll call it again. 24, maybe 906 or 905 State Highway 86. All right, move on. You got it? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. My address is 24905 State Highway 86, and my name is Gabrielle Wiemers. And I'm opposing this pathway from Excel for the following reason. The environmental obstruction causing drastic negative changes for the quality of our lives. Environmentally, view, wildlife, increased fire hazard. Economically, reduction of real estate values, real estate values, location, 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 number one. Financially, reduction of tax revenue for Elbert County. Potential higher home and property insurance premium because living near Excel line or a power line, potential legal expenses, potential health risk implication, especially regarding the cancer risk, are the power lines produce electromagnetic fields, which are EMFs, a form of radiation that some have suspected could increase cancer risk with significant exposure over time. Safety, increase local traffic during construction and preventive maintenance. Fire hazard, the increased fire hazard, see also the Marshall Fire in Boulder County in late 21, caused by estimated $2 billion in damages and had Excel facing more than 300 lawsuits. For example, during operation of the 345,000 volt line, arcing can occur across a distance of several feet or more, which can cause fire danger. The dry thunderstorm
can further enhance the fire danger. The higher wind speed in Elbert County can also add to the fire danger. It's more than 5 or 10 miles per hour where I live. I live on top of the hill. It's always windy there. Based on available data, the highest wind gust recorded in Elbert County, Colorado, appears to be 125 miles per hour. This occurred during a tornado on May 20th, 2025, last month. Conclusion: with all the risks and involved negativities, the residents of Elbert County are not having any benefits from Excel's preferred pathway through State Highway 86. Therefore, please decline Excel's preferred pathway application through State Highway 86 and through the heart of Elbert County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Chuck Hughes. Chuck Hughes. After that, we'll have Nancy Washburn.
Hello, I'm Chuck Hughes, 19753 to Wiedemeyer Road, Kiowa. Sitting here listening to this, I grabbed whatever I could. I was going to talk without notes, but just had to make a few notes. I mainly want to highlight some of the things people said, because I continue to stand opposed to the Xcel Energy plans. Economic benefits. I hear Xcel try to spin doctor a very thin set of economic benefits for Elbert County. And then I hear them try to minimize the damage done to Elbert County citizens. I hear them say that the visual and health concerns that Elbert County citizens don't count. They do. And it's a sizable detriment to the county, visual and health concerns. I hear them say that there are little or no wildlife problems with it. But I have stood in this room and had Xcel employees tell me that these towers are brutal on birds. And going over the things they do to mitigate bird damage, but even that isn't very much. Particularly, my wheelhouse is the raptors in the Bijou Basin, and I will fight for them. I told Xcel that if they build power lines over me, I'm moving. And Xcel employees have said, I wouldn't live under them. But you know, those raptors, particularly the bald eagles in the Bijou, they don't understand that. They don't understand, let's go fly someplace else. They're going to suffer from it. And I will fight hard for them. I've hearing Xcel talk about it doesn't degrade property values. I don't buy it. Don't buy it for a second. Property values are dramatically degraded just by being able to see them in the distance. And living under them, I think Susie Dodge mentioned that it's a 45% degradation in the property values. That's what I read frequently. That's what I believe the truth, and that is an economic detriment to this county. Eminent domain. In this room several months ago, a vice president from Xcel sat at a table where you gentlemen are sitting now and said, refused to even entertain eminent domain. Oh, that's the last thing we would do. We don't anticipate that we will file any eminent domain. We'll work around that. Anything but that. Well, here today, I hear that there are 13 eminent domain condemnation proceedings already started, and the Board of County Commissioners hasn't even approved the permit. What's up with that? So I think they're getting the cart before the horse there, and they shouldn't be filing eminent domain on anybody now, and probably not ever. I heard listening. The treatment of Elbert County citizens from the Excel employees. I talked to that vice president, was here in this room, right almost where we stand, who the same presentation, he said he wouldn't do eminent domain. He also said that he was there because he heard that they don't listen. We think they don't listen to us. But he didn't understand something. I mean, listening to us, he also told me at that same conversation, which was a pleasant one, by the way, that he's there to listen, but there's nothing we could say to change their plans. They're going to do what they want. And I've been sitting here for the whole time of public comments, watching this panel of Excel employees over here, or contractors, I don't know which. You've heard citizen after citizen talk about how much this is going to hurt their lives, how much they don't want to see it. Excel is on their phones, on their computers. Some of them are half listening. You on this end, you've listened pretty good.
You have to address the board. You can't
but most
address
of them are, I'm sorry?
You have to address us. You can't address them.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, I watched them on their computers, on their phones, and they want me to think they care. I'm on the side of the ones that have stood up here before me saying they don't.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Nancy Washburn at 27512 Plainview, and I won't repeat everything because everybody's already gone through the risks, but I am opposed to the Excel lines because it takes away why I actually moved out to Elbert County, which we all love, the beauty out here and just the wildlife. But I will state that they kind of downplayed the fire risks, and the mitigation didn't address some of the things that have already happened. So I think we remember the Marshall fire, and they lost over 1,000 homes. Excel was partially responsible, even though they found you not responsible, but your line basically came down from, and it was due to the wind, because the wind was over, I don't know, 50 miles per hour, and we've already stated the winds out here are very extreme at some times. So outside of the obvious other risks that he's already well stated, I won't state those again, but I also fear that we're going to start looking like, I don't know if it's on Quincy, but you know how you go towards Gun Club Road, right? And you see all the solar farms, you see all the electric substations, and you see all their poles all the way down. It's not aesthetically nice, and it doesn't look well. It looks like a whole bunch of machinery, and you drive through a whole bunch of crud just to kind of get to Gun Club Road now, and the beauty is all taken away. I fear that Elbert County is going to start looking like that if we do not start pushing back to some of this that's coming our way. So with that, I'm going to remind you also, there's several plans on the Elbert County website. If you read them, which I'm sure you do, it all states at the very beginning of every plan that the reason why people move out to Elbert County is because of the rural landscape and the beauty. Then in addition, it says that the goals for Elbert County is to care for our way of life and uphold the integrity of the county. That is our job, not only as citizens, but as you as commissioners as well. If you don't fight for the people in the county when we vote you in, then what avenue do we actually have? And I've been here several times for these meetings just to speak on other stuff besides the power lines, and I feel like it's a losing battle. So I will end that I'm a faithful person, so I pray to God and I pray for you guys often. So I pray that He places it on your heart today, the truth, so that you make the right decisions for the Elbert County citizens. And you start fighting against the threats for our county in which we voted you in for. So please. And thank you for allowing us to speak.
Thank you. All right, the next one I think is Laura, maybe Insulin? 27396. She left? All right, thank you. All right, Daryl Littlefield?
Daryl Littlefield, 27454 County Road 113, Semla. Gentlemen, I thank you for the time that you've given everybody in the county to come up here and speak, and I'm really proud of all these people for doing that. I think you're getting a good idea where everybody's coming from and what their concerns are. They've taken care of a lot of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, but I'm going to ask you to deny their permit like everybody else in this room has, and I would like for you to hold back on any more of their attempts until Excel can come to the table, negotiate. If they need to bring PUC in the state of Colorado in here with their checkbooks too, and make it financially right for every landowner that's affected negatively by their project. Until they do that, I think we ought to kick them out of this county. And I hope you can do things to do that until they come in here and negotiate fairly. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Next, we have Dan Mason. After that, we have Trent Chapel. Oh, sir.
Hello, Dan Mason. I've lived out here 24 years. I live about 2 miles east of here, Yellow Pine Ranch. I'll be able to see the power lines if they are put in. Hopefully they won't be. But I think what we have here really is a situation of David versus Goliath. You've got David, Elbert County, which has a budget of about $52 million a year, if I'm correct, pretty close. And you've got Goliath XL, which has $14 billion in revenue annually. And they have a $74 billion worth of assets. So I'm pretty sure they think they're going to get their way, and I hope they don't. But all the people here from XL are being paid to be here today. Their salaries, their promotions, their futures, their bonuses are dependent upon them doing a good job and getting the best deal for XL they can at the expense of the people of Elbert County. Now, I, for one, consider myself to be one of the Davids, and I think I'm not quite as much a David as many of the people who are here whose properties are directly impacted. They live under an area where these guys want to build their power lines and, affect their lives, their livelihoods, their futures, their property values, and everything. I pray to God, and I hope and pray that the Davids of Elbert County prevail over the Goliath of XL. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chapel.
Check your cinches, guys. Trent Chapel, 30680 Mountain View Trail, Kiowa, Colorado. Just newcoming news come in, $15.5 billion was removed from the Clean Energy Acts. That's going to affect these guys. That stuff's going away. Due to the XL's lackadaisical concept of what they want to do about getting the application complete, tells me that they believe that they already have this in the bag with the PUC. We need to get stipulations in through the PUC that makes the county, the state, the PUC, and XL liable. Stipulation should go like this. XL is incomplete on their current application. XL is to complete their application to the acceptance of the Planning Commission's acceptance, currently rejected, before breaking ground in Elbert County. This shall include the NEPA investigation studies. This law is when federal monies are used. They've already announced that they're going to use solar and wind energy tying into that, so federal money is there. All historical and environmental studies asked for on the application shall be done. In the event XL started work before the acceptance of the application and the permit issued, XL shall cease and desist all work in Elbert County until the application is approved and the permit is issued. Permit shall not be issued until all have been agreed to with documentation and documentation in the possession of Elbert County. Number two, we want a bond for the devaluation of our properties, both direct and indirect, county-wide, being that the value of property next to you, if it goes down, your property's going down too. We want a way that they've already got the money secured that when it's time to be taken away, it's not an insurance company. Number three, a bond for health-related issues with electromagnetic frequencies. Proven health concerns exist. XL is subjecting our children to these and the location of their lines near school. XL shall be held accountable for health issues with a bond that it will be a minimum of 100 years. 4, they're going to have a bond for the reclamation and repairs of the land. And they will return it to a near natural state if, when in the event of abandonment or failure to use the said lines occurs. 5, XL shall be held accountable for the repair and replacement of property, both public and privately held, including but not limited to fences, roads, pathways during construction, repair, and inspection. All bonds shall be 5-year bonds renewed, reflecting the latest economic increases, decreases. I'm against this, and we've got to get this set up so it's expensive. Water testing needs to be done on an annual basis, both surface and ground, to ensure that the water supply is not contaminated from the construction or the presence of these towers or lines in the event of water contamination. Transfer lines are not to interfere with landing strips. According to the Gazette, there's like 3 landing strips that are going to be within range of this that are going to be affected. XL is to provide temporary fencing on properties containing livestock during construction and return fencing to the same condition as before after they've completed their job. We also have this in here where we want these lines buried. We want the Elbert County Board to make that a building code, and all future transmission lines shall be buried. That should be a Elbert County code. That's what I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Tiffany. Tiffany, maybe Gwines? She had to leave? Okay, thank you. All right, Kathy Davis. There, Kathy Davis. As long as it's okay with him. All right, Kathy Davis going once. We have Molly.
Molly Stuklik, 18952 Wiedemeyer Road in Kiowa. I am opposed to the current power pathway lines. Most of us in Elbert County live here for various reasons, and we live here knowing our current risks and hazards from our environment that we live in. This power line is going to add an additional hazard, as mentioned by so many other people. I've heard today they did present a little more on the fire mitigation, but even though lines are going to be monitored distantly by Excel, how long is it going to take Excel to respond to emergencies caused by those transmission lines from our natural issues we have out here? I do feel that there will be an increased burden on Elbert County due to the increased risks of having this kind of a transmission line through Elbert County. The mentioned benefits that Excel has stated do not seem to outweigh the multifaceted negative impacts to anybody and everybody in Elbert County, not just the people close to the transmission lines. Also really don't want to see this power pathway coming through here because it's a gateway to wind and solar farms, which do, from research, impact our environment even worse than transmission lines. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next we have Pam. After this, we have Stacy Millett.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Pam DeCastro, 3463 Willownook Ranch Trail. I just wanted to express my opposition to this proposed pathway. It doesn't affect, as you can tell, I live in Elizabeth, so it doesn't affect my personal property, but I have seen the concern and the negative and impacts that I'm seeing with my friends, neighbors, and fellow Elbert County residents, and I'm very concerned for them. I would implore you to consider the needs and concerns of all these people. I have nothing really to add because I think some very heartfelt statements have been made today, and I appreciate the concerns of these people, and I hope as our commissioners that you will consider their needs and all of our needs in Elbert County, and I appreciate your concern. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Stacy. Do we have a Stacy Millett? Going once. All right. Susan? Do we have a Susan? There we go. Yes, ma'am. That's okay. Take your time. You're good.
Susan Knapp, 11340 East Copper Canyon Circle. And it was interesting. I happened to see the TV last night, the 10 o'clock news, when they mentioned this hearing too. And it's interesting. They said, well, it's gone pretty well easily all the way through until they got to Elbert County. So it's interesting to hear the senator mention that some of the other people from other counties were not quite as easy either. After the way that was on the news last night, I was kind of surprised at it. I wanted to mention that when you move a property, when this line was moved, it's almost like, even though it's been going for years, when you move it, it's almost like a new application rather than from the original start date and time. And it was last July 4th, we were pulling up on the afternoon to our property. I said, that's interesting. These people are getting out of their trucks here. I wonder what's going on. And so I kind of said to four of them getting out and kind of jumping over one of the homesteaders' fences, and I said, what you guys doing out here? It looks kind of like you're doing surveys or something. And he looks at me and I said, they didn't respond. I said, oh, yeah, you guys are Excel, I can tell. So that's the manner of this, similar to some of what the people have mentioned. Let me see here. So we're trying to think here. This is such good notes. It's on my Sprouts bill. Sorry, guys. Also on the underground, I appreciate some of you talking about the underground thoughts, but I just am still so there's so many issues. I remember in the 60s when it was a big deal about development in Denver, and underground was such a big new thing. It really was a developer using that for an advertising thing. Now we're going back to the opposite of underground. When the mention came out, Quincy, I came out to this meeting today through Quincy, looked at the poles, looked at the lines, and thought, this is the feel of what we're talking about. So when someone else mentioned that. 150-foot easement. That is a wide, when you look at the width of the road out here and think, wow, it's almost like twice the size of that road on the side. And people have told me where animals being even, how close does animals get that it has an effect? Somebody else told me he literally had like telephones he could put on a table underneath it. They could charge their phones like you have in your car. So I just wanted to say, I believe everybody's made good points too, but these are some things that I appreciate you all considering too.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I think the next one is Brenda, maybe Kelly. Is there Brenda? Hi.
My name is Brenda Kelly. I live at 26501 Flowers Circle, Simla, which is just off of Highway 86. I am east of where it's going to come up to hit 86. This is such an important decision today. They're being paid to be here. I had to take off work and I won't get paid. A lot of these people took off work and don't get paid. That's how important it is to us. Sometimes decisions don't come down to dollars and cents or meeting 1041 regs. Sometimes decisions, even tough ones, have to come down to what is best. In my opinion, an XL giant transmission line is not what is best for Elbert County. It isn't even what is good or better, let alone best. This transmission line, as XL admitted today, will open up the door for our entire county to be covered with wind and solar. Imagine our beautiful county, our Bijou Basin with its upward end of the Black Forest, with its ridges, valleys, meadows, riparians, destroyed forever, as our legislative officials put it, by being slathered with wind and solar. Think of that, being slathered. That's not just a few. That's just not a small pocket. That's everywhere, forever, ruining the prairie beauty we have enjoyed for centuries and my family has enjoyed for more than 20 years. Unfortunately, XL, the PUC, and the Colorado legislature are determined to get what they want. It's been a farce that XL had meetings to quote-unquote listen to the people of Elbert County and to quote-unquote consider their concerns. I went to every one of their meetings. I know what was said. I know what I was told by people in those meetings. Basically, from the beginning, our concerns were brushed aside. We weren't listened to because this deal had already been decided upon. They had all kinds of reasons for why they should get their way. I was told at meetings that it was too expensive for XL to change the route and to go further east where there are existing corridors of lines. I was told that it's too expensive for XL to bury their lines, even though that would provide safety and security against wildfires. I was told that they had found the best option, which really meant the cheapest option for them, for these transmission lines to be placed. Lines that will not benefit Elbert County and its residents in any way. Today we heard that people chose Highway 86. And I haven't talked to a single person at any of those meetings who would have recommended Highway 86 as the route for that. It was also, too many notes. I'll think of it. It's been obvious that XL's plan has always been to bulldoze their way through their chosen path with the support of the PUC and the Colorado legislature. They are so confident that they will be able to force this project through, they've already done soils tests and have poles marking where the 144-foot towers will be placed all along Highway 86, all done before this project had even been approved. They're so confident of their ability to do this project, they didn't even meet all of the 1041 regs. They also ensured their own success by getting approval for all the other segments, leaving Elbert County, who has opposed this for years and years and years and years, way before the Power Pathways, prior transmissions, leaving Elbert County, which they knew where they would have pushback to end. Speaking of Highway 86, it's become, I travel every day for many, many miles. There are little pictures of snippets of transmission lines. Don't show what it's going to feel like for those of us that travel Highway 86. It's already becoming kind of a scary place to drive. There are giant trucks and semis. I personally was the first person to witness an accident this year where a lady was killed by a semi on Highway 86. What is the increased traffic going to do? The kind of vehicles that they're going to be driving. What delays are we going to be experiencing, those of us that have to travel Highway 86? Why should Elbert County be sacrificed so city people can consume more power? Why should we be sacrificed so Xcel can make even more money? Why should we be threatened with eminent domain by a private company that is providing nothing to the landowners they want to take land from? Why should we endure the risks of wildfires in an area with high winds and lots of dry fodder? Why should we have to pay higher homeowners insurance to cover fire risk? Why should we lose the retirement equity we all have in our homes when our values decrease due to this line? I implore you to set aside the carrot of income that Xcel keeps dangling before you. Some things are worth so much more than money. This is one of them. Please protect our county not only from this transmission line, but the subsequent wind and solar projects that are sure to come with the mandate to slather the Eastern Plains with them. We need to know that our Board of Commissioners is with us, even if our state goes against us.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't make this name out, but I will give it an address, and that is 30200 Magic Dog Circle, Kiowa. Say it again, 30200 Magic Dog Circle.
I believe she left.
Okay, thank you. All right, next on the list is Sherry. All right, thank you. Next is a Michael Henderson. Michelle, sorry.
Michelle Henderson, 10955, County Road 142. Like so many others, my husband and I have been at least one of us at every one of these meetings since the inception. I'm still not really sure why they need a power pathway going from a plant that they're planning to decommission at some point in time in the near future. But, you know, apparently they want the redundancy. I suggest that the presentation saying that they have met with the requirements to negotiate with landowners is not complete, because if my experience is anything like anybody else's, their way of negotiating was to lie to me about the size of the easement they wanted the first time, give me a ridiculously low amount as an offer. I was presented over and over again with, this is the deal, you need to sign it. There was no back and forth. If I asked for information, it went for a year before I heard from them again. When they said, here's our offer. Oh, by the way, instead of that, we actually need twice that amount of land, which was still lower than they actually wanted. They wouldn't give me the actual numbers on size and whatnot so that I could figure out what they wanted. I also know that others have brought up the fact that 13 people have been served with eminent domain, and I believe that that number is low, because I know that from talking to people that there have been at least 2 that were served this week. And I think that you guys should have the information from them, and they should tell you how many people are currently, they've started proceedings for eminent domain on a project that has not been permitted yet. With all of the talk about the wildlife and whatnot, you know, obviously this is going to impact wildlife. And I'm not sure how many people realize this, but Kiowa is one of the places where we have black foxes, which is an extremely rare variant of the red fox. And, you know, that is something that I'm not even sure everybody realizes. I didn't even know there were black boxes until I saw them here. So once again, I agree with everybody else, and I feel like Excel is just trying to steamroll everybody. So thank you for your time. Please vote against it.
Thank you. Next, we have Roxanne.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to be brief. Everyone else has already said all the reasons why this project is not the best idea for Elbert County, and I would like to confirm that. It's not the best thing for Elbert County. Let's keep Elbert County, Elbert County. So I oppose this project.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, Lance Ingalls again, County Attorney. Just for the record, everyone in the room can see what I've done, but people who might be listening to the recording later cannot. There was an Exhibit 3 submitted. I've labeled that and given it to the board. There was also enough copies to give it to the applicant. So for the record, there is now an Exhibit 3. It's the gentleman that proposed the conditions of approval if you approve.
Thank you, sir. I'll do. All right, next we have Carrie.
Thank you so much for letting us speak. I appreciate it so much for each of the commissioners here and everyone. I just want to attest to the fact we live in Yellow Pine on Wolf Creek Trail. We've been here about 10 years. We moved from the suburbs, Highlands Ranch, the big behemoth, and we came out here because it was a love of land. And we had looked all along the Front Range, all the way from Wellington down to Monument, into Steamboat and everything. We wanted land. We wanted to take a pride of ownership, being a part of the land, being environmental stewards of the land. And that's why I'm dressed so casually, because I was out taking care of the land today, mowing and doing the things to make sure that we keep our land as it should be and as it can be enjoyed by all. And I know that many of us here today, and so many people, I thank you so much for sharing all of the hard work that they've done on their land and want to maintain it that way. I will not echo all of the concerns that have been brought to you because they've been heartfelt and they've been true and accurate, but I will just say a couple things. One of them is I have a concern with many of the points that were made by Excel today of saying that it's not an issue. It's not an issue. We've taken care of that, or it's not going to be something that's a problem. And our common sense in this room knows that that's not true in so many levels. We have dealt with things in the mountains at a property that we have had in our family for 60 years that's on National Forest, that the electric company there came through to take care of the trees and said it wouldn't, to make sure that their pathway was clear for their power lines. And they said it wouldn't be an issue to our road. Our small little teeny road that's a dirt road, and they blew it apart. And they've said, if it's a problem, we'll come in and fix it. That was 5 years ago. We're having to take care of that. That's just one small concern that I have that could apply very easily to these roads that we all know are major thoroughfares. They may be 2-lane roads, but 86 and Kiowa Bennett, we've all traveled it. They're major thoroughfares. They're people cutting so that they don't have to take I-70 all the way around, and they can go from Castle Rock and get to Lyman quickly. The last point that I'll make, my husband was in a tragic accident on Kiowa Bennett where he was hit by someone on meth that was not even from this community. He and the other driver had to be airlifted to Swedish for multiple trauma experiences that they had. The helicopter pilots at that time said that there would have been no way that they could have landed. It was like a window of opportunity that they were able to land on the Kiowa Bennett Road because of what? Wind. Typically, wind is their biggest problem. Number two, they said, thankfully, that they don't have the huge power lines out here that are like in other areas. So I look back at that day that I drove up the Kiowa Bennett Road at 10 p.m., wondering if my husband was alive, and thinking back now that I don't know what would have happened I don't know if you would have survived that. That was someone else's fault. So I would just appreciate the fact that you hear these beautiful, beautiful people that are residents here, that are fighting for their land, for their way of life, and for the environment that we are all, as landowners, trying to make beautiful for everyone. Thank you for your time. We
Thank you.
appreciate it, and I would appreciate you voting against this permit and application.
Thank you. Do we have a agenda? Okay. That's the last one on that list. So is there anyone else that would like to provide comments who did not sign up? Now's your opportunity. Didn't see it on. I didn't get that on. It's not on the list. I went through every one of them. We'll start with you. Third one? No, I got number 3 here. Is there another list up there, Dee Dee?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, there's, and is your name on this list? No. No, she didn't get to sign up.
We'll give her an opportunity. Thank you, sir. All right, we got Lauren.
Hello, my name is Kim Munson. I don't live in Elbert County, but I really wish that I did. I am from western Kansas, and so I've driven this road back to visit family many, many times, and I truly believe that you live in God's country. I'm a former city councilwoman. I'm the moderator of a documentary of a climate conversation, which has been seen nationally and is on Newsmax on a regular basis, and I'm host of the Kim Munson radio show that broadcasts on KLZ 560 AM. I thank you. And I thank you for representing the people of Elbert County. And owning property is foundational to the American idea. Your responsibility as county commissioners is to protect the property rights of the people of Elbert County. You do not work for Excel, you work for the people of Elbert County. This is a relative new issue for me to be looking at, particularly here in Elbert County, but I've been watching this issue across the country on a regular basis. There are 2 key issues in protecting property rights: the right to control our own property. And when people own their property, but they can't control it, they no longer own their property. The use of eminent domain is of great concern. And when I was on city council, I said, if we use eminent domain, it'll be over my dead body. And then I was afraid they might take me up on that. But with that, my understanding is Excel is already sending letters of eminent domain, and this has not even been approved yet. That doesn't seem like that's the right way to handle that. And then there's the other 2 components from the Constitution of just compensation. And it sounds like that there's some questions on that. So first and foremost, that's important. But secondly, to take land, which is a tangible piece of property, and typically will increase in value, and replace it with dollars that declines in value because of inflation and public policy, is a direct assault upon property rights. 250 years ago, next year, we will celebrate the founding of our country. And it was founded on the fact that individuals could own their property and do with their property what they want. And that we would have elected representatives that would be in a position to protect those property rights. So the proper role of your role is to protect these property rights, and you need to do the right thing and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dave Johnson. We have a Dave Johnson.
Good afternoon. Dave Johnson, 32481 South Elbert Road. I
come here tonight, and 19 years of public education, 50 years of building businesses. And I can't upstage what you've heard tonight. I mean, these people have been tremendous. And I've been involved business-wise for 50 plus years. And a lot of our projects, these two magazines, Power and T&D, these people may not even know what T&D means. But that said, my point to you is their plan for Elbert County is a field of dreams. And it really is a dream. We're involved, connected to the Julesburg wind power project out there. We have property, the family organization has property out there. That project is dead. It's not going to be completed. The solar project south of Lyman, 5 miles south of Lyman, that project is dead. So, and then we had a gentleman here that was talking about the green energy cuts that are going to be here that have already, I mean, I can't even keep up with what President Trump is cutting. But the point is, this fantasy of this whatever their field of dreams, this power line, I mean, it is a transmission line. And it's going to go nowhere because what we as a family have direct interest in economically in these green energy projects because of the land and where they're located. And this power line is not needed. They are not going to need this power line if and when, you know, it ever gets through Elbert County. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Shannon Rose.
Hello, my name is Shannon Rose. I live at 34693 Forest Park Drive in Elizabeth. Thank you for the time to hear from all of us today. Much appreciated. For the record, I am opposed to these power lines running through this great county, just like everyone here. I hope you deny this project. However, power is a necessary evil in our modern life, and Excel is going to find some way to make this go through. So therefore, my request for you is to make sure Excel is required to bury the lines. Excel states the reason they can't bury the lines is because of the cost. Nothing more. That's the only explanation they've given. I oppose the short-sighted approach to minimize implementation costs at the sacrifice of safety and quality of life for those of us who live here, especially when there is another option. They say the increased cost is not in the interest of their customers. We are not their customers. Invest in our safety. Invest in respect for the residents of Elbert County and our values. We cherish our rural landscapes, our grand vistas and rolling hills, our wildlife and open space, not to mention our deep concerns regarding fire risk and safety. Burying the lines goes a long way for fire safety. I've also heard talk about deploying cameras, AI, weather stations, and other tech. That's great. I work in tech. But I know buying and installing tech is the easy part. Maintaining it is a whole other story. No amount of observation tech is going to address what happens when a fire is detected. Who is watching the feeds? Who is receiving the alarms? What are they doing when they get them? Where are the action plans? Where are the response plans? Who audits the process and ensures Excel is living up to the spirit of the commitment that they're providing with tech? Failed tech, unmonitored, ignored, or outdated tech, or even working tech without adequate response plans and responders means there's nothing to stop my house from burning down. Tech alone is not the solution. Excel has stated repeatedly, and I quote, transmission lines make up a small percentage of ignitions. I think they are trying to make it sound like a small amount makes it okay. All I hear when they say that is transmission lines are an ignition source, one we don't need. If you want to convince us to support something that serves us no direct benefit but creates distinct risk and impact to our way of life, the least you can do is require that they underground the lines to alleviate many of the risks, burdens, and blight this project is bringing to our great county. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone else like to make a comment? It did not sign up. We'll start here in the back. Mr. Richardson, Representative Richardson.
There's another lady over here behind you.
Okay. Get to you next. Sir, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you. For the record, I'm Chris Richardson. I reside at 955 Harmony Ridge Circle outside of Elizabeth, and now serve in the General Assembly. Elbert's one of the 7 counties I represent, one of 5 that will have portions of the pathway project within it. But had previously spent 8 years on the Elbert County Board of County Commissioners and was directly involved in crafting the current 1041 regulations that you rightly noted you're bound to judge this application by, and I appreciate that. They were designed to protect our land, our people, our future from exactly this kind of poorly presented project. This process had 10 public hearings, the development of our current 1041s. I think there were 4 held at the Planning Commission level. We had 6 sessions before the Board of County Commissioners to get what we thought was right. And this was a process that the applicant actually participated in. They were present, they made comment, they submitted material, some of which was actually adopted in the regulations. They are familiar with what our 1041s require, and yet they didn't meet the requirements of the regulation. This is probably one of the most consequential but incomplete applications I've seen in 11 years of doing this, because I did some planning commission time prior to being on the county commission. I thought I was done with land use hearings, but you know, there's nothing like taking some time out to read several hundred pages to come in and be prepared, and I appreciate what you gentlemen and the folks on the Planning Commission and those that testified today, the time that they took to do so. It's a big application, but quantity does not equal quality in this case. Now, aside from the specifics of the application and the failure to actually have a complete application, the process that took place to get here is tremendously disappointing. I watched it for several years as a commissioner and really was honest when we told people regularly that don't have an opinion until you see the application. But the process by which they followed was concerning. It was very heavy-handed. They were dismissive from the beginning, failing to consult with the county, misleading residents about project approvals to the point that our then county attorney sent a letter to Excel asking them to cease telling people that this is a done deal, it's in the bag, it's been approved. Yeah, they had a corridor approval, they had a certificate of necessity or whatever the specific term is from the PUC, but they did not have a local approval, and they continued to tell people that they really just had to deal, they had to sign because this was all done. And now initiating eminent domain before having an approved route, while it is currently legal and within statute can change in the future, it's something they can do, but why are they doing it? One of my first applications that I heard as a commissioner was the Rush Creek line. Excel worked with landowners in that. Every one of them voluntarily leased their property. It was only 7 properties, but a pretty lengthy transit from about Simla, the Simla-Matheson area up to Arapahoe County. Kind of the same transit that's being made here, but they did it by working with landowners. So they can do it. They can work with people when they choose to, and they chose not to. I don't know what happened over that 6-year period or so between Rush Creek and when they started working this, but something changed for the worse. But that all falls outside today's criteria and what you have to judge by. So as your staff and several third parties have presented, on its merits, this application just fails. There's no proof of fire protection. Kiowa and Big Sandy districts have unresolved concerns. We've heard that they can work them out, but this is the last public hearing. We've had a long-standing precedent within the county that when the public hearing happens here, this is the last step. we haven't put in conditions that say, yeah, we'll approve it if you can get somebody else, another local government or another agency to agree to go forward. This is the last time the people of this county have a chance to see a full application before a decision is rendered. So allowing something to continue that has unchecked boxes that should have been checked and worked through before they got here is not the right way to go. And again, just to review, the staff found undue burden on emergency services, no mitigation, no signed plans, no detection systems in any specificity. Large financial risk potentially to taxpayers, no cost sharing or clear fire planning, no demonstrated benefit to Elbert County. We bear the risk with really no reward. The power isn't even going to be used for us here in Elbert County, and really no justification for the route selection. Certainly it would be more costly to move the line farther to the east, but an approval probably could have been gotten years ago.
Commissioners, I'm sorry, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you. So,
We'll make an exception
Okay.
here as for the representative. Sorry, go ahead.
okay, well, I would just ask that you reject the application, enforce our standards, protect Elbert County, the rule of law, and the very concept of local control and land use. What's been brought forward is a disservice to the public and the public hearing process. There's a reason why we have a public hearing. It should be to bring all the information forward. And to hear repeatedly that there's things that were not done, but it's okay, we'll take care of them on the fly afterwards is not the way a billion-dollar project ought to be run. So I would urge a disapproval. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. Ma'am?
I'm Debbie Mortensen. I live at 13510 Highway 86. And I am not going to reiterate all the stuff that you've heard and the cons of everything. But the one thing I am concerned about is the health. Personally, I have a pacemaker, and a pacemaker is just fine. It's the wires that go to the pacemaker. They are 30 years old. They're supposed to last for 20. And they told me at the first meeting in Simla that the power lines are nothing worse than a toaster. But if you go down to Kiowa Bennett Road and the towers going across and talk to the people down there, they tell me that they buzz all the time. When you drive underneath it, your radio goes off. And I think that they're totally underestimating the effect of health on people, cancer and everything else. Secondly, I don't believe that this is benefiting our way of life and our property value. We got an unbelievably low cost for them to take our property. At one point, they had the wires going over our house. Another point, they had moved the tower 37 feet from our house. Now they've moved it further down where they're planning on putting it. And I think that we voted for you to be our voice. And I'm hoping that you will not side with Excel. This must be voted down. Thank you.
I'm going to start here with this front row and see, is anybody else on the front row who wants to make a comment? All right, second row, sir.
Jim Vigil, 137 Stagecoach Trail. Thank you guys for making the obvious decision to stay as long as it takes. They're going to join that side to that side. There ain't no stopping it, whether it takes dead bodies or property seizure, which both we apparently already have from what I've heard today, or like the senator said, potentially making some good deals with people that's fair for both sides. I've tried to sit in these hearings and listen to discussions and have meetings and stuff with the attitude of if I was to get hired as a mediator someday to be an outside observer and just kind of look over everything. And noticed a few things and came to a couple conclusions. You guys said immediately before, I think it was Byron, said, folks, keep in mind that we're here to assess if they've, and I'm paraphrasing, and I could be wrong of what I'm saying, we're here to see if they dotted their I's and crossed their T's. That's our job. So all these emotional pleas and stuff really don't fall in alignment with that. So to go on the format that you guys suggested of what you're here for is to see if they crossed all their T's and dotted all their I's and checked all the boxes. I see that they're trying to get you guys to deny this on purpose. And the reason I'm saying that is because a lot of the conclusions they came to in the presentation were obviously ridiculous, like not decreasing property values. That's just ridiculous to come to that conclusion. I would defer to your Exhibit 2 about EMF data. I would suggest that we saw no evidence that shows about the gauze rating and the distance from the system and what their system has put out and proof of those conclusions. And that's not crossing an I or checking a box. That's just making a statement that's just like not true with the intention. The whole thing was just so bad. It was like if they want it to get rejected. And the reason I think they want it to get rejected is I have an opinion they all swim in the same pool. I would think that a lot of PUC people hope to have a job at Excel someday, or a lot of Excel people hope to have a job at PUC someday. They're all in the same pool. So we reject it. It goes to them. They just rubber stamp and make it easier than anything they've already proposed is what I think is one possible scenario of what's going on here. One specific thing that I heard that I was real troubled with in the presentation, that they will determine the need for fire protection. So that's just, that just really struck me wrong. So I've heard a lot of people say how there's no benefit to us out here. I did see one definite benefit if this goes through the way it's proposed, is it's going to lower our property taxes, because every 2 years they our property tax is going to be less because every couple years they reassess and our properties are going to be worth less, so we'll be able to have lower property taxes. But I also heard that might be counteracted with higher insurance rates, because they're going to look at the health challenges that people have out here, and they're going to look at the fire danger, and our insurance rates are going to go up. So, so my proposal is, and this isn't from me, this is in Exhibit 3, that you guys approve it going through with stipulations. And the stipulations are that they check the boxes to our standards. We determine the fire protection, and they assess it. They post a bond to deal with the decreased property values. They provide actual proof of the EMF data and how it does or doesn't affect health, and you guys look at Exhibit number 2 to determine the EMF impact on people, and approve it with stipulations. And this will do one of two things. They will succeed with the application. It will be done our way. Another thing would be that we would force them, or agree with them, that they would send it out to the boonies and bury it, or just send it out to the boonies. But we control the stipulations of the approval. And if that happens, poof, it's approved. If not, they will decide that we're such a pain in the tail that they're going to do elsewhere, or run out of time, or choose to go by our rules. So if we approve it, we have some control. If we disapprove it, it goes to PUC, and it's out of everybody's hands. It just might get railroaded whether we like it or not. So, and like I said, this is kind of detailed in submission number 3, and that's all I can say. Is that's a whole new angle that I haven't heard today. Is approve it with stipulations instead of just say no. And I said why it's a bad idea to maybe say no. And of course, we know it's a bad idea to just say yes with what was presented to us, which is a bunch of false conclusions and not checked boxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Second row.
I'm Pamela Chappell, 30680 Mountain View Trail. One thing that no one has really brought up is I'm a 501c3 livestock rescue, so we do evacuations for fire and flood. We were part of the team that went into the big Black Forest fires, and I got to tell you, we have to think of the rescuers that go in there, because I don't think people realize when a fire happens, people don't think straight. They panic. When the fires happen, the sparks can go miles and land on people's roofs and stuff. And we're in there trying to load horses and dogs and cats. A lot of times when we went in, they started closing roads. The Humane Society came in to try to help us because they were closing roads. We were supposed to come to this fairground, which worries me now, because where they're doing the routes and stuff, if there's a lot of livestock, which there is down this road, and a lot of facilities have massive horses. One of the fire department, I think he was an official fire that did the rescues. He was talking to Harmony Sport Horses that's down the Elbert Road, because they have massive horses there, and we were trying to figure out how we could have an evacuation plan for them. But what ended up happening was we couldn't even bring the animals to the fairground. We ended up taking them clear to Yoder. So that's a big concern too, is what if we can't bring the animals here? The Humane Society took over one section for dogs and cats. Our rescue did mostly horses, and we do have people that line up in the school parking lots with trailers to help people evacuate their horses. I heard that there's 6 to 7 subdivisions that the towers are really close to. There's no way we're going to be able to get in there and come out alive if we have a lot of livestock to evacuate. Also, people panic, so they turn their animals loose instead of, we try to have them tag them, spray paint them, whatever we can for they not to turn them loose, because they cause traffic accidents. I don't know if people ever saw animals that have been burned, or wildlife, or dogs that are stuck to metal panels because people leave them in cages because they don't have time to let them out. It's pretty horrific, and I've been rescuing for decades, and so I think this is really important, because this whole county is full of livestock. And I think it's really important that we don't kill all our rescues people that come in here, because there are trailers and trailers that come in to help people get their livestock out. So I just wanted to bring that up, because I haven't heard anybody show any comments about just how many wild animals we have here and how many livestock owners we have here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else on the second row? Going to the third row. Anybody on the third row?
So I'm a landowner out on Highway 86, and I believe there's 3, possibly 4 poles that'll be crossing my property. And I live in Nebraska, but this trip was worth making today, just to get a point to you guys, so you informed me very well about it, even though it was 75-mile-an-hour winds getting here, and I'm probably going to have that going home.
Would you give us your name and address?
My name's Gary Piper, and I am on the corner of Freeze and Highway 86. There's 1,000 acres there. And going right up the highway is where that proposed line is. But I just want to say that I've seen about every publication that's been sent out, and I can imagine what you guys are trying to decipher. None of it makes any sense. And it's very misleading. And I just want to say that I want to make a recommendation that you deny it, if you would, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Berna Delavue. I live at 6510 County Road 146 in Elizabeth. I just am here to support all the citizens of Elbert County, which I'm one of, and I really urge you to please deny this application. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the third row? Fourth row? Ma'am?
Hello. Need my name and address.
Name and address.
Alicia Wells, 25495 County Road 125 in Simla. And I apologize, I'll try not to stutter while I'm doing this, but thank you for letting us speak today. First off, Excel stated that the poles right along 86 in one of those pictures, that they won't have as many poles as a citizen provided in those diagrams, as if that's going to make a difference. I mean, honestly, it's going to destroy the scenery. They're not entitled to our property rights, and they seem to have a very arrogant attitude when it seems like they feel like they're entitled to it. They gain their property by lowballing financial offers to those that cannot afford or fight eminent domain. No corporation should have the right to go against the will of the people in this county, especially if there's no benefit to Elbert. I don't know why they are acting as if they're entitled to that. The arrogance, the disdain, the condescension is astounding in all of the meetings that I've been to. And I mean, even half of them aren't even paying attention. If Excel wants massive power lines to reach their inefficient wind turbines and solar farms, they can go around our county or they can bury the lines, and their inconvenience or additional cost is of no concern to the residents of Elbert County, and it shouldn't be. I seriously doubt that Excel will stop at these massive power lines. I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to just continue on and either add more lines, panels, turbines, whatever it might be, and once they have their foot in the door, they're not going to stop. Their only driven motivation is profit, and I understand that a business has to make profit and that we need energy and electricity, obviously. However, that doesn't justify wrecking our county and the beautiful scenic highways of 86 and the surrounding areas. That's not a justification for it. Sorry. This is solely to benefit Excel's profits, and they need to stop acting like this is in some way going to provide benefits to the residents of Elbert. Our property values will significantly decrease, and while this isn't going to go directly across my property, it is going to affect my views of Pikes Peak and the mountains and the gorgeous things that me and my husband purchased our property for to do our ranch. Furthermore, a cursory statistic search that I found just in 2024, about 20% of the wildfires were caused from power lines, so I don't understand why, if they have to have the power lines in Elbert County, why they can't bury them. I really don't care about their cost, and that should not be a concern for us. That's a them problem. That's not an us problem. It's just, I can't get over the arrogance and the entitlement when I listen to them. I have yet to encounter one person that I've spoken to that is actually in support of this. Everyone seems to be against it, as you can see today. I mean, these meetings go on for hours with public comments just stating the exact same basic facts over and over again, and it needs to be heard. So please do the right thing by your county residents. I pray that you guys are going to make the right decision. I know you guys are fighting. You denied the first motion, and I appreciate that. But yeah, it's just, you represent Elbert County residents, and you don't represent Excel. We're the priority, not them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, fourth row. Anybody on fourth row? Fifth row? Seeing hands. Sixth row? I don't even know how many rows we got back there. I'm just going to keep going until we run out of hands.
I'm in A row. My name is Jessica Heaton. I live off 31995 Private Road 55. I'm the owner and director of Camp Serendipity. We're a licensed outdoor school-age-based child care center. My husband and I bought our property in 2018 when we were just 26 years old. We invested everything we had into buying our first home together. Sorry, I might get emotional.
Okay.
We were young and excited to start our family in Elbert County on a little piece of land that we could call ours. We invested in Elbert County, not just financially, but emotionally, clearly. Excel's proposed power pathway line will run right across the west end of our property. But it will also run parallel to the entire length of our property along Highway 86. While we know the general route, what's still unclear is whether a tower will be placed directly on our land or if it will be just an aerial easement. Excel hasn't given us a clear written answer. We've been asking those questions and trying to make decisions, but without a full picture of how this project will affect our land and our operation or our long-term future, we haven't been able to make a decision, as many people have not been able to here. We do understand that they don't want to put in writing whether it's an aerial easement on our property or if it's land, so they want us to sign that property over to them in that easement agreement without that information. This doesn't feel like transparency, and it's hard to make informed decisions about our home and our future when people are asking us to trust them but won't commit to transparency or clarity. Our parcel is small, much smaller than many of our neighbors, so we don't have the luxury of space to absorb the impact. These towers won't be tucked away in a corner and out of sight. They'll be front and center every single day. And to make matters worse, Excel plans to clear cut the line of trees along the highway that provides us some privacy and noise protection from the highway. Those trees aren't technically on our property, so we won't be compensated, and we will definitely feel the loss. I'm deeply concerned about how this will also affect my business. I built Serendipity from scratch after I lost my job in 2020. Getting emotional, sorry. We serve over 150 children each summer with 30 campers attending each day, many of whom travel from neighboring towns like Castle Rock and Parker to experience the joy of Elbert County and being outdoors around our animals. We provide childcare to members of our community here in Elbert County who don't have many childcare options for their school-age children. Our camp is entirely outdoors, so these towers may be loud, disruptive, or even perceived as a health concern. So it's very possible parents will stop sending their kids. That means lost income for us, but more than that, it means losing a dream I've worked tirelessly to build over the last 5 years. Sorry.
Just take your time.
It means losing a community of children and families that have come to love and rely on my space, a place that I've worked very hard to turn into something special. There's also the question of equity. We've heard educated guesses about how this project might affect property values, but they are just guesses. There are no guarantees. No one has promised us that our land won't lose significant value. No one can promise that we won't face fire risk or all the other list of concerns that have been brought up today, or that my business won't suffer. That makes it nearly impossible for us to make any informed decisions. We don't know how long construction will take, how disruptive it'll be. They can't tell me if they're going to operate and do construction during our camp period, or if that will be off limits. They can't tell me where they're going to access our property. They can't tell me if the land will be restored properly when it's done. They won't tell me if I can keep my animals there during construction or if they're going to absorb that cost when my animals can't use that space, which again is very limited because we're only on 5 acres. It feels like we're being asked to trust that this will all just work out, and when the stakes are this high, trust has to be earned, and so far it hasn't been. For families like mine, this project isn't just an inconvenience, it's a real risk. A risk to our home, to our financial future, into the business I've built from scratch. And the hard part is we're being asked to take that risk on without any real benefit to us or our community in return. We don't get power from Excel. We're not being offered anything that offsets the potential loss, and yet we're the ones who are supposed to live with the consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the back? Yes, sir.
Hello, Commissioners.
Hi.
I need to apologize in advance for my passion tonight. My name is Patrick Draper. My address is 46751 County Road 53 in Bennett. Okay? And I want to thank you for staying late and allowing, excuse me, and allowing me and Elbert County to convey our thoughts today. I'm fired up, and I oppose XL Energy Power Pathways 100%. They're liars!
Hey, hold up. Don't address them like that. Keep it down. You can talk, but we're not going to...
I apologize in advance. The PUC needs to be doged and drained. Do you know who Marvin Heemeyer is? Killdozer? June 4th of 2004?
Yeah.
We need to killdoze this permit process. And the application initiative. Kill it. I come here in protest of XL Energy and in defense of the people and my neighbors in Elbert County and the Elbert County Environmental Alliance. The natural resources, the raptors, and especially the bald eagles, they nest less than a half mile from my property. The male and the female roost up on my IRE/core installed power poles. At the same time, I have photos in this to prove it. I closed my business early to come here this evening, which was this afternoon. How many years must this go on? It's been 3.5 years. When does the anxiety and the uncertainty end? Kill it. Please, now. Where I live, looking out my dining room window, I have a clear, unobstructed view of Quincy and Brick Center solar farms. Black, blotted out areas, fenced off, taking resources from the antelope, mule deer, and more. Not to mention the drive down Quincy Avenue. It's blight, to say the least. At night, when I walk down my driveway facing east, all I see are the flashing lights of the bird-murdering windmills in Callahan. Day or night, I can't get away from the BS green energy deal. Any of it. I was going to say an expletive. I'll leave it at that. XL Energy needs to get the hell out of Elbert County and stay out. Commissioners, please reject XL Energy Power Pathways permit immediately. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
All right. Any other public comments? Yes, sir.
My name's Julian Ellis. I'm at 13371 County Road 94 in Elbert. My wife and I moved out here 2 years ago with our 2 young boys. I split my time between here and Washington, D.C. This is where I choose to live. This is where I choose to educate my boys. This is where I choose to worship. My profession is constitutional advocacy. I'm a constitutional lawyer, and I've had the great benefit of litigating some of the most significant constitutional cases in the last 5 years at our circuit courts in the U.S. Supreme Court. One of the areas of the constitutional jurisprudence that confuses me the most is our takings jurisprudence. We have given private companies the power of eminent domain for private benefit. But here we've done so much more in Colorado. And not only does XL have the power of eminent domain, and they do, but they have the power to charge ratepayers for those projects. That creates perverse incentives. It creates incentives to build things so that they can be paid. There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. That's not Jefferson, it's not Madison, it's not Washington. It's Spider-Man. The process that you've heard from tonight from these community members is not one to be applauded. It is not one that is contemplated in our statutes right now, by which we take great responsibility of building public infrastructure to serve our communities but at the cost of those in this community. When you're going to do that, you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to approach these individuals like they're human, to approach these individuals consistent with the statutory process. I've watched this played out. It didn't happen here. I can't thank Senator Pelton, Rep. Richardson for being here tonight enough. You guys are fighting the good fight in the legislature, and there is a lot you can do to rebalance what is an imbalance of power right now. Please see me, I've got ideas. But you, commissioners, have a role in this. We're a government of checks and balances. The General Assembly has given you the power to check through this 1041 process. House Bill 1041 was intentional. And I thank you for your time, for listening, for giving this deep thought, for doing your job, and for making an informed, rational decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, I will close the public comment portion of this meeting, this hearing. All right, would the applicant like to respond to public comments?
Sure, we can definitely respond to public comment. Are we able to provide PowerPoint slides to speak to?
Fine with me. Yeah. We'll give you 10 minutes, and then we're going to take a break, okay?
Sure, we have them. We just need to get them transferred over. Yeah, thank you.
All right. We're going to recess for 10 minutes while you get prepared. Thank you. All right, folks, if we get everybody back, we'll get on with this meeting here. Come out of recess. Give those in the hallway just a minute to get back in here. Okay, folks, I got 6:44. We'll go ahead and get this meeting back in order and get moving, and I'll turn it over to XL Energy.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started here. The slides are in potentially a somewhat random order, so we're just going to move through them in the order they're in here. In the interest of efficiency, so apologies if they're a little scattered in that way. We wanted to start here with land valuation, and so I'm going to introduce another member of our team who's sitting to my right, who's going to, speak to that, there we go, speak to that information and provide information on how we determine valuation and property values.
Test? Okay. My name is Rob Wells. I'm an appraiser. I work for Jones Lang LaSalle. I am an ASA, an accredited senior appraiser. I have been appraising for about 30 years. I have a couple of degrees, Master's of Business Administration, and a degree in Finance and Administration. Excuse me. The difference between appraisers and brokers, appraisers have to be unbiased, so thanks. So my duty here is I only have, the only advocacy I have is to my own opinion. And I have looked at the variety of studies that are done in this realm of high voltage transmission lines, and we can talk about individual studies, but real estate is based on what the market will pay for a property, not what a broker may think or what a broker may tell you the impact on a property is, but I try to look at, and as appraisers we have to look at what buyers and sellers are buying and selling properties for. Among the and let me back up and just say I understand people's concerns about losing value of property. I totally get that. I'm sympathetic to that. But again, and I'm not the appraiser that does the appraisal of the easement on a property. There's another appraiser that does those individual property appraisals, and if there are compensation to be paid, it's paid at a high percentage of the fee value or the value not considering the property being on an easement. I think that number is 95%, so almost the entire value of the property that is within that 150-foot easement is being paid. So my area is those properties that are not being crossed by the easement. So, as I said, there's lots of studies out there. Appraisers determine the impact, through a couple of different ways. They look at multi-regression, statistical analysis. They look at paired sales analysis, which is looking at sales of two properties, let's say one that may be able to see the lines and the towers, and one that may not and are otherwise similar, and they look at differences in how those sell on the market and see if there's any difference if those properties are otherwise similar. And we actually have a study of that in Colorado here done by the man named Mike Early, and we will submit that to you after this. But in general, other than those properties that are impacted physically by the easement, and those people get their day in a hearing if they choose to not accept the offers, they get to negotiate that and have a hearing and play that out for determining that value. But for those that are off, there's basically indications that say, for commercial and industrial properties, there's virtually no impact. For agricultural properties, the material impact on value is based on the diminished utility of the land under the easement, which we just talked about. So outside of that, there's not a concrete type of value loss for that. There's some studies that show even increase in value in rural areas because think of a forested area that maybe they open up, and if you use it for hunting, maybe it's increased value for shooting lanes, that sort of thing. You can get increased views of that. If trees are taken down, you can get different positive aspects that are shown in some studies to that. So they've shown, basically, if you take everything together, the positives and negatives, it's kind of zero to very minimal impact. And recent data, the comprehensive data in Colorado has shown that there's not a material negative impact from views of lines or being off of the easement line itself. So, yeah, I've inspected the corridors. I have a license in Colorado for appraisal, and I'd be happy to get into more detail of the various studies in that, but that is basically the takeaways. We heard numbers of 45 to 90%, I think, earlier today. I'm not aware where the 90% comes from, but some of those other higher percentages in the 30 to 40% range come from talking to brokers, surveys of people, and basically everybody that you talk to, if you ask them 2 properties, yeah, look at this picture of an ugly power line. Would you rather have the one without it or rather have the one with it? Everybody would say the one without it. So if brokers are doing surveys, those aren't real evidence of what buyers and sellers are doing in the market. So, you know, there are studies out there. Some of those high numbers, those 30%, are ones that are small properties, half acre or less, where the easement is coming on and bisecting a half acre parcel, and that includes what they would get from the negotiated settlement, in other words, the money that they would get. So it's a decrease in property value, but they're being compensated for that. And some of them are, you know, if you take an easement that cuts off a corner of a property, that becomes, maybe there's an uneconomic portion on the other side that you can't get to or something like that. So those kind of studies that have high percentages are often those very small lots, even 1/10 of an acre lots to half acre lots that are impacted directly. These are not the ones that are across the street or down the street from those. So, you know, to boil it down, the credible studies, if we look at credible studies only, there's a handful of them. The hard part about doing studies on large acreage rural lots are the improvements tend to differ. If you have a subdivision, the improvements tend to be similar, kind of cookie cutter houses, if you will, but the large acreage ones tend to be different. So people shy away from doing large scale studies on those because they're harder to pair up very similar types of sales. So with that, I'll just say we'll provide that early study, and again, you know, according to my profession, the ethics, I have to call it in the middle. I'm not in favor of either way of the commission voting necessarily. I'm just determining what I've seen on the data and reporting on that. So I thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. We do have copies of that study mentioned that I believe are being carried over to the county attorney for consideration and entering as an exhibit.
I'll label this Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Again, wanted to touch on taxes and what have been assessed and paid by the county. As I stated in my presentation and as submitted in our application materials, Xcel Energy is assessed for our facilities in Elbert County, which include the Rush Creek Wind Farm and our other assets, which are transmission related assets, for the total of $2 million. There was a comment made that I had corrected to say that we paid $1 million. That's inaccurate. We paid, as assessed, the total of $2 million for our facilities in Elbert County, and we have the screenshots of those tax statements and the amounts due on screen for ease of reference. To follow up on some discussion related to routing, the routing history, why not in a different location, that perhaps there was an alternative that existed somewhere else in the county that perhaps was preferable, or that Elbert County citizens preferred over this one. Specifically, in referring to the graphics, again, the route along Highway 86 and the core line was a direct suggestion from the community and then was added to our routes under consideration. Routes to the east were evaluated, and I'll refer to this map specifically here about why not east or why not somewhere else. The proposed route in the applications is shown on this map, stair-stepping through the center, and that they're along Highway 86 and north. A number of items that are depicted on this map that influenced routing or the selection of a route include a number of items. So the Air Force Academy training areas located to the southwest, those are kind of those boxes that are in a semicircle pattern that kind of are around their bullseye airfield there and utilized for training. So we heard from the Air Force Academy and the squadrons that train there that they had concerns about a transmission line located in those areas. The green dots represent homes and other buildings in the area. You can also see that those happen to coincide with a higher density of homes. There was mention of airstrips, so we also mapped known airfields, airstrips that are registered with the FAA, for example, and considered those in the proximity to the route and the ability for those folks to maintain their operations. There is mention of existing other routes that we should use those corridors. Again, our route does parallel and is adjacent to an existing transmission line for a portion of its length along the core line. Also wanted to mention that in other locations we're adjacent to Mountain View Electric's line in some areas as well. As we look at our existing facilities, so Excel facilities specifically in Elbert County, those are shown on the map as, for example, the existing 345 line on the right-hand side. That is kind of goes from the Rush Creek Wind Farm area up to Arapahoe County. We did evaluate the potential to parallel that corridor. There are a number of factors that prevented that from being a technically feasible route, including conservation easements that have been placed along those routes that prohibit transmission to be there. Those were put in place after our transmission line was put there. There are a number of residences along that line outside of Elbert County, but to your neighboring county, Arapahoe to the north, that have built up or are located relatively close, and we could not get the additional right-of-way to place it along the line in those locations. So even though portions of that maybe looked open in Elbert County, like we could be there, we have to get that line ultimately through those other areas. And so we weren't able to. We also had feedback about other alternatives that were more centrally located in the Bijou Basin and a preference to not be there as a greenfield route, more so than being co-located in certain areas. We had the Jumping Cow State Wildlife Area that did not allow us to cross through there. That's shown in blue on this map, as well as a number of other wildlife considerations. There was discussion, for example, about raptors and concern about those. We did conduct raptor nest studies as part of our work and mapped those and are aware of where those nests are as mapped and considered those as well in our routing, among a number of other considerations. The other thing I would mention relative to using existing corridors is that when we acquire easements for our right-of-way, we acquire what we need to build that particular line, generally speaking. And so those existing lines don't have sufficient space to build a new line of this voltage within them. So we would still be required to get additional easement adjacent to them. So it doesn't reduce the need or the length or the amount of easement that we need to get because we're not able to just place it in that existing right-of-way. So wanted to just give the bigger picture of those hundreds of miles of alternatives that I mentioned were evaluated for segment 5 so that could see this maybe a little more clearly in terms of what ultimately was evaluated but eliminated. That's shown in red. At the time of this map, we had some alternative links that were still under consideration. Those are shown in orange. And ultimately the selected or preferred route shown in green here. As mentioned, we have to make the linkage to the other counties along segment 5, so El Paso to the south and Arapahoe to the north, for example, which is part of the consideration. There was comment made looking for clarity on why Pathway would connect to a generation facility that's going to be decommissioned. Part of the plan for Pathway is that it is building new transmission in eastern Colorado, but it interconnects with the existing system at certain locations. Those locations where we tend to have those 345 lines, we need them to kind of connect at the same voltage or in areas of the same voltage exist at generation facilities. So for example, for segment 5, we have the Sandstone substation, but also our segment 4 line goes to the Tundra substation, which is along our existing 345 line. In that area, in the north, on segment 1, Pathway interconnects at our Fort St. Vrain generating station there. Again, it has similar voltage lines. So we're utilizing those existing grid connection points, not necessarily because of the generation there, other than the generation is what drives the voltage in certain cases. In terms of potential benefit to the county financially, I think everyone is aware, but there's a cost of construction fee called an impact fee in some jurisdictions. In Elbert County Code, that requires us as the applicant to pay 2% of the Pathway construction cost within the county. We estimate that cost, that fee, to be around $2.5 million due following BOCC approval of the project, if that were to happen, and related to the final calculation of the cost of construction. In addition, a number of impacts were mentioned and discussed, and that is what we understand the intent of that cost of construction fee or impact fee to address, including fiscal effects on the OEM and fire districts in Elbert County, level of service effects in the county, effects on fire prevention, response, and suppression infrastructure in the county. I think there's been a number of items of discussion about impact fees for one fire district in particular, and we would anticipate and would be happy to work with that particular fire district to talk through how those fees relate to this and the potential reduction of fee here to cover those, or how the county would view that. We did want to mention there's been a couple of items indicating that we've not provided certain wildfire mapping in a way that meets the county requirements. We, in our application materials and the mitigation plan, did provide the map on the right-hand side. It was depicted in the staff report. This is similar to and utilizes similar sources of data as what the county has accepted in prior utility applications for similar types of infrastructure, including transmission that's been approved by the county. So not really a large difference there in terms of what has previously been considered complete by Elbert County from our perspective. In addition, I did want to mention that there was a slide in the staff presentation that showed high wildfire risk, and that was in Arapahoe County along Quincy Avenue. That slide does not represent Elbert County wildfire risk. There were some mentions of certain Colorado revised statute citations, so we wanted to put those on screen for the benefit of everyone relative to what those revised statutes are for, including the first one there, that local governments can approve an application for a permit to engage in development if it complies with the local government's guidelines and regulations. And then the second one, that the public utility shall consult with affected local governments in order to identify routes or geographic locations under consideration for the siting of those particular facilities. The Pathway team began meeting with Elbert County in 2021. Elbert County staff, county manager, planning department individuals to talk about the project and the routes. We provided notice to the county of our intent to site the project here in March, as well as the required statutory notice prior to our pre-app. In addition, Elbert County staff attended a number of public meetings and observed materials there. There was question about the specific location of weather stations and cameras. This map provides detail on where those are in terms of the existing weather station network, publicly available again, in terms of what we use to access and do our meteorological monitoring and make plans around that. In addition, there was question about the location of the existing camera that's identified on this map relative to Elbert County, as well as some additional cameras located to the west that also provide coverage on portions of Elbert County. Do you want to take questions, or do you want me to have someone run up at the end and answer that?
We can, let's just continue right now. We'll come back to that.
Okay. Did you hear it? To provide some additional detail on avian protection related to our lines to help inform some of the discussion around that. We are a member of the Avian Powerline Interaction Committee, known as APLIC. We utilize industry best practices on our facilities. We've had an avian protection plan in place since 2003. We design our lines to avian safe standards, and we do track and monitor and report on avian injury and mortality associated with our transmission lines and structures, and that is very rare due to their design and compliance with these standards. In certain instances and where needed, we do utilize certain methods such as perch deterrence, so that keeps them from perching on the poles and providing a predation tool for raptors. We do install bird flight diverters on the wires, typically like on the static wire, it's the smallest, to enhance and protect the safety of the birds. in compliance with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. As mentioned, if we do have a mortality on our line that we become aware of or is reported to us, we do report that out to the Fish and Wildlife Service as part of our special purpose utility permit noted there. There's been some discussion about conditions of approval, and we note that the staff report did include suggested conditions of approval, I guess in the event that the PUC or other body potentially, or the BOCC, considered that as an option. And so we wanted to respond directly to those as well. Condition number 1 requires us to complete and execute the necessary agreements prior to start of construction. Road use agreement, again, we are willing to do that, have those in place around the pathway currently. Those road use agreements typically address a number of items. We specify our construction routes or haul routes for the project so that there's awareness on where our crews will be. It also helps for tracking on our side as well as the county side in the event that there's road damage caused by our construction. We repair road damage caused by construction either through agreements with the county for the county road crews to do it. Some jurisdictions have that preference, or we work in coordination with the county to conduct those repairs on our own, meeting county standards, and specifically, again, in coordination with the road and bridge departments and public work departments to make sure those meet county standards. When necessary, we conduct those repairs during construction. It's not a wait till the end sort of thing, especially in the event that it causes an issue for travel. There's also been discussion of a development agreement, and in prior conversation, if we indicated if we understood the content or saw a draft of that, we'd consider that. We understand that the development agreement, as mentioned to us in May, is typically for decommissioning of facilities, which we don't typically decommission our lines. They operate for a number of years. We have some lines that are over 100 years operating. And once it's part of the system, we need it, so we don't decommission it in the way that folks may think. In terms of the cost of construction, that relates to the impact fee. And so, as mentioned, we estimate the cost of construction and have determined based on that 2% fee that payment to Elbert County would be $2.5 million. We will certainly provide information on the cost of construction to the extent that is allowable based on our confidentiality agreements and contracts, and those sorts of things are even limited in terms of what we report to the PUC, but no concern sharing the number. In fact, did that at the Planning Commission, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was 170 some million that we estimate the cost of construction in the county. Sorry, I had my numbers backwards, 127 million. In terms of the fees, I believe at this point it's been acknowledged that we've provided all the deposits requested by Elbert County, and we'll continue to pay those that comply with the code and requirement to do so. We currently have a balance in the positive with the county on those deposits. There's a condition that requires us to provide a wildfire staging area and the temporary construction area. We note that response and look forward to working with folks to understand more about what the request is there, if it's related to a material staging yard or something else. demonstration that the project-specific wildfire plan aligns with our state plan. That is the case. What we submitted as part of our application materials in response to comments is based off of our state wildfire mitigation plan and is in compliance with and consistent with the state plan. In terms of the requirement, potential condition of approval to complete no-cost training, fire prevention and safety meetings with the fire districts. We agreed to provide that training in prior information submitted to the county. We have the online training, but also we'll have a group available to provide training for fire here as well. The seventh recommended condition of approval includes a requirement to submit safety and emergency action plan. We've provided a great deal of this already in terms of plans that our construction contractor will adhere to during construction, our wildfire mitigation plans, and so on. And happy to continue to work with folks to make sure that those items are addressed. The next series of conditions of approval, again, going back to comment made about concerns about wildlife impacts. CPW provided a response and made certain recommendations in their referral comments. The suggested conditions of approval aren't exactly in alignment with those CPW referral comments and recommendations. Those are standard recommendations that CPW publishes. We've also met with CPW regarding construction of our project as a whole, and specifically recently related to Segment 5 and Elbert County. It's our understanding that CPW hadn't necessarily been provided our responses to referral comments, so we've provided those separately and talked through their requirements. And there are their recommendations, which we can adhere to. Pre-construction wildlife surveys in the timeline indicated here isn't necessarily in alignment with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act or BGEPA, the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. However, we have conducted wildlife surveys and continue to do that. For example, there are certain protocols that require survey be done over the course of 3 weeks prior to construction. So a requirement to do that 7 to 10 days isn't consistent even with the CPW protocols for certain wildlife surveys. We would conduct surveys as required by those particular regulations and CPW recommendations. The CPW recommendations were to construct during certain non-disturbance periods, and if we couldn't, to construct outside of those or begin construction there. We do employ biomonitors and archaeological monitors where necessary in the event that we are constructing within a non-disturbance area, for example. We work regularly with CPW to have a monitor take a look at the particular raptor or whatever there. So we feel that we've not only disclosed where we know that there are sensitive areas, but we are committed to working with CPW on the recommendations and employing monitors in the areas of sensitive resources. Again, the next, I'll just flip through here. These recommended conditions of approval don't necessarily align with the CPW requirements, and so what we've indicated here is that was indicated at the Planning Commission meeting, is that we will work with CPW to try to construct out of those seasons in the non-disturbance areas, but in the event that we can't, CPW made a recommendation for us to start construction in those areas at certain times, which we're agreeable to doing. And we continue to work with CPW regarding any concerns or questions they have on the project. The responses on all of those are generally the same. I've addressed the CDPHE comment. Water was brought up in public comment, so I won't repeat that. And then there's, I guess, been some confusion, I'll say, regarding permitting and where we are and what we have. We recognize that we have to adhere to all applicable laws and regulations and get the necessary permits. We typically wouldn't have those at this stage of the project. We would get those closer to construction, and we'll continue to do that as we've done for all of Pathway. Additionally, just wanted to clarify some comments about easement language and specifically what might be in there relative to certain items. Fences, for example, came up today. We do allow fences within our easement. The easement language speaks to not interfering with the line itself, and that's really a safety thing. To make sure that if extra tall fences are constructed, they meet clearance requirements associated with the line, but we do regularly allow fences. In fact, in certain cases, we do work with landowners to put in gates that benefit them, that they've requested, and those gates remain in place. We use them during construction and so on. In terms of other things that are allowed or not allowed, there is a whole set of guidelines that we publish on the website that are regularly available or publicly available regarding guidelines for working within our easements and what's allowable. And as mentioned, it's limited to, in terms of structures and other certain vegetation. The county has asked for demonstration or has asked for vegetation management, which we do conduct in our right-of-ways. Wanted to address the fact that there is an ask, for example, to mow the right-of-way. That's not something that we do. That's the property owner's responsibility to maintain the land as they see fit. They may not want us to mow it. They may want it to be grazed. But we do maintain vegetation in accordance with federal standards.
So if I could interrupt you just a minute, if you get to a breaking point, we're going to stop and recess and then come back in at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Sure, happy to stop whenever you would like.
Leave it up to you.
Yeah, do you want us to come back and provide additional comment tomorrow, or do you want us to wrap up our comment now?
I think it would give you the opportunity to respond to some of the comments that were made in the public comments today. And then we'll...
Uh-oh, the battery died.
That's the sign.
Anyway, we'll take it from there. We can, if you're at a breaking point here, I think everybody's probably
Sure.
brain dead and probably tuned.
Sure,
I
happy
know
to.
this chair is getting pretty rough. So,
All right, yeah, we'll do that.
all right, well,
Thanks.
folks, we're going to recess until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.